Hello and welcome to Sleepy Science. Tonight we'll slip past certainty and wander the soft borderlands of perception, drifting from silent swaps, your eyes miss and blinks that hide a heartbeat of awareness, to colors that stay true under false suns and shadows that make equal squares disagree. We'll let motion paint ghosts after it stops, watch sound chase sight across a stage, hear lips change what ears believe, and feel how a tiny box can seem heavier than a big one. We'll borrow a rubber hand and then a second viewpoint to loosen where you are, sit with limbs that still report in after they're gone, and notice how a flash arrives and time moves on. We'll smile at an object that can't exist, ride a staircase of pitch that climbs forever, peek through a peephole into a room that stretches people like taffy, and hear glassy whistles click into words when your mind gets the hint. We'll focus so hard we miss the obvious, see bright edges that aren't drawn, bend a pencil at the skin of water, and watch a wheel roll backward under a strobe made of moments. We'll feel two instant swap places, learn why the thing itself bows to its background, let a duck become a rabbit without changing a line, and meet friendly faces hiding in houses, cars, and toast. We'll taste a chord's color, hear a sentence continue behind noise, and notice two taps blend into one, while a steady hand drifts quietly off course. We'll weigh certainty against truth, then settle into the deeper idea that all this is your brain's gentle, well-trained story, an ongoing, controlled hallucination, crafted to keep you safe, curious, and just awake enough to wonder. If that sounds like a kind way to fall towards sleep, lie back, breathe slow, and let's begin. Change. Blindness swaps. You think you'd notice if the world quietly swapped something right in front of you. A shirt color flipped, a building missing from the skyline, your friend replaced by another person mid-conversation, yet your perception is built to prioritize meaning over pixels. And that trait makes you brilliant at understanding scenes while being surprisingly bad at detecting certain changes. Psychologists reveal this using the flicker method, where an image A alternates with image B, separated by a brief blank frame. And unless your attention lands exactly on the altered spot, the difference can hide in plain sight for long seconds. Because change detection isn't automatic, your brain must compare what was there with what is there, and that requires attention and a short-lived memory trace to line up like two transparencies on a light box. If either piece is missing, the system shrugs and carries on with the most plausible story. In everyday life, the blank frame is often a blink, a cut in a film, a glance at your phone, the smear of a saccade as your eyes jump to a new target. In those instants, your visual machinery turns down the gain on motion and detail, then reconstructs the scene when the eyes settle, preserving the gist while discarding specifics that usually don't matter. And that economy is why you can understand a room in a heartbeat instead of waiting for an internal scanner to harvest every pixel like a machine. Researchers use more natural tricks too, distracting, mud splashes on a screen or a passerby carrying a door between you and a stranger so the person can be swapped during the brief. Occlusion, demonstrating that without focused attention, you can converse with the same person and miss that they are now taller or wearing a different jacket. It isn't carelessness, but a design feature. The system treats continuity as the default and only flags a change when attention and comparison both align. This has practical edges. Drivers who glance at a mirror or dashboard may fail to notice a pedestrian stepping off the curb. Radiologists scanning hundreds of images can miss a newly appeared nodule because the visual load is massive and the change isn't where attention is anchored. Security staff reviewing surveillance video may overlook a bag left behind if their attention is elsewhere. Even you, editing a document, can reread a sentence and not catch a newly introduced typo because your mind autofills the intended phrase, a kind of mental autocorrect that favors fluency over strict fidelity. The mechanism is not simple forgetfulness. The first view doesn't vanish entirely. It's just that the brain stores a sketch, contours, relationships, the headline of the scene, so when the second view arrives, there may be no exact previous snapshot to subtract from. Your comparison system prefers, is this still a cafe with a person by the window? Over, has the pattern on the cup handle changed? And because both versions satisfy the headline, the swap goes unnoticed. Magicians live in this space. They choreograph attention with gaze, rhythm, and story, so your spotlight rests on the meaningful gesture while the secret action happens in the dim outskirts of awareness. Filmmakers leverage the same principle, masking continuity errors behind motion or cuts, because your brain assumes persistence unless jolted. Interface designers stumble when a critical button relocates after an update. Users don't see the move and blame themselves, when in fact the design violated the contract of stable affordances and asked perception to catch a change. It isn't built to track casually. You can test your own system. Stare at a photo of a living room, then at a version where a lamp disappears. If you scan methodically, you'll find the change quickly, but if you relax and take in the room, your mind will report same place, same vibe, and that broad brush report, so helpful for survival, can be blind to the missing lamp. Likewise, subtle facial changes in someone you see daily may escape you because your representation is my colleague. Friendly, glasses, short hair, not exact nostril width and ear angle. Does that mean you're doomed to miss important changes? Not at all. You can shift from gist to compare mode on purpose. Move your eyes in a grid, narrate features aloud, and you create anchors that help memory align with the next view. Pilots and surgeons use checklists that force attention to specific points in sequence, overriding the brain's urge to assume same and preventing small differences from sliding under the radar. When teaching, a simple blink and reveal approach, show the original, blank, show the altered, makes students feel the lag, turning an invisible gap into a lesson about how noticing works. If you're responsible for systems where changes matter, medical images, cockpit layouts, dashboards, design for detection, highlight deltas, animate the moved element or pair sounds with visual updates. Never rely on users to just notice, because the default mind is optimized for continuity. In your own life, when you need to verify that something changed, adopt a ritual, point and say before and after photo, or a finger trace across the exact thing you expect to differ. Simple acts that force a true comparison instead of a vibe check. Neurologically, research points to a conversation between visual areas that encode the scene, parietal regions that steer attention, and frontal systems that maintain a brief working memory of what was, and when that loop is disrupted by overload, fatigue, distraction, the comparison fails silently. This also explains why stress and multitasking increase misses. Your attention spotlight narrows and flickers, your memory buffer shrinks, and the brain, still needing to keep you moving, simply assumes the world persisted. Notice the dignity in that. Your perception is not a camera, but a storyteller with deadlines. A system that bets on stability so you can act quickly. Most of the time, that bet is wise. But wisdom includes knowing when to slow the story and verify the facts. The deeper lesson is not to distrust your senses, but to respect their priorities. When meaning matters more than microchange, your brain serves you speed. When microchange matters more than meaning, you must serve your brain structure. Deliberate scans, checklists, and clear signals. If you feel a twinge of humility at how easily a swap can pass you by, let it soften into a useful habit. Pause after a blink in a conversation. Rescan before you pull into traffic. Glance twice at the dosage line. Ask yourself, what exactly was here a moment ago? In that small space you create between seems same and truly same, you become less a passenger of assumptions and more a careful witness to a world that is always quietly, sometimes crucially, changing. Attentional blink gaps. You're certain you can catch two important things in quick succession. Two words on a screen, two hazards on the road, two ideas in a meeting. Yet when the second arrives a breath after the first, your awareness often drops it into a hole you didn't know existed. A tiny temporal pothole called the attentional blink, where inputs that should be obvious slide by unseen. Not because your eyes failed, but because your mind is briefly busy finishing the first catch. Psychologists reveal this with rapid streams of letters flashed in the same spot, asking you to report two targets, and when the second lands about 2 to 5 tenths of a second after the first, Accuracy for that second item plunges even though you were looking right at it. A signature that your system pays a short processing tax to consolidate the first detection before it can safely tag the next. What's happening in that slice of time is not laziness, but a necessary choreography. The first target triggers a cascade that binds features, stamps meaning, and reserves a small space in working memory. While that package is being zipped, the gate to that memory narrows, so the second target, if it arrives too soon, finds the doorway occupied and either bounces or enters without a label. You later swear it wasn't there because conscious access depends on more than raw sensation. It depends on a well-timed handoff from perception to memory. Interesting wrinkles make this feel less like a dumb blackout and more like a smart system with trade-offs. If the two targets are nearly back-to-back, the mind sometimes catches both, suggesting that the gate briefly stays open for items that feel like a single event. If the second target carries emotional weight, it can punch through the blink, revealing that priority rules can override the bottleneck. And if you adopt a mindset of, I will notice general oddities, rather than, I must find this exact target, the blink can shrink, showing that rigid strategies create narrow funnels, while flexible attention creates wider ones. You can feel everyday versions of this whenever you skim notifications. You read the first urgent message and, in the half-second you start to draft a reply in your head, another alert on the same topic appears and evaporates from memory. Or you're cooking and a timer dings while someone speaks a key instruction. The first event grabs your planning system, the second lands during the consolidation phase and goes unrecorded. Drivers can experience it as a dangerous miss when a first salient event is followed quickly by a second, different hazard, and the second is not registered with the clarity it deserves, because the system is still locking in the first response. Importantly, this gap isn't fixed by willpower or scolding yourself to pay attention. It lives in the architecture of how signals become thoughts, involving a brief surge of activity in networks that decide what matters now, and a small memory buffer that highlights a chosen item so it doesn't smear into the stream. Fatigue and stress widen the gap by reducing the available buffer and by making the prioritization surge sloppy. While novelty and moderate arousal can sometimes sharpen timing, tightening the gate just enough to admit the second target when it truly belongs. The good news is that training helps, not by making you superhuman, but by teaching you to shape the stream. People who practice mindfulness learn to notice the rising impulse to grab and fix the first item and allow it to pass without full mental rehearsal, leaving bandwidth for the next. Gamers and air traffic controllers train temporal attention so their brains rhythmically expect targets and allocate readiness impulses, a kind of internal metronome that reduces misses. Even small habits work. Silencing message previews so that you attend to one conversation at a time, reading a sentence without pausing to edit in your head, asking someone to repeat a key number 2 seconds later to ensure a separate entry point into memory. Designers can honor the blink by spacing critical alerts. Instead of stacking pop-ups, they can stage them with a short delay or pair the second with a distinct sound so it doesn't blend into the tail of the first. Teachers can exploit the effect to pace explanations, presenting the headline, pausing half a second, then giving the exception, rather than firing both in a single breath that leaves the second unheard. And in teams, adopting a ritual where a second critical instruction is deliberately separated in time. First, stop the process. Second, close valve B. Reduces the chance that vital steps become collateral damage of the mind's consolidation cycle. It's tempting to treat the blink like a flaw to be engineered out, but there's wisdom in why it exists. Your system chooses to protect the first important detection from interference, ensuring it becomes a stable, shareable unit. Better to carry one solid message forward than two half-formed whispers that collide and blur. What you can do is learn when that protective reflex helps and when it hurts, then shape context to support it. In practice, that means creating micro-buffers before the second thing, a breath between two to-do items as you write them, a half-second pause after calling out a safety warning so the follow-up is heard as its own event, a conversational habit of signaling. I'm going to say 2 things, so listeners pre-allocate 2 slots. It also means forgiving yourself and others for misses that are structural, then redesigning the moment rather than blaming memory. Imagine your attention as a lighthouse that sweeps the same location twice in quick succession. The first sweep lights up the object and triggers the machinery that writes it into your logbook. During that writing, the lamp still turns, but the beam is thinner, so a second object in the same spot may not glow bright enough to make the next page. Your job is not to hold the beam there by force, but to time the entries, pace the arrivals, and keep the log readable. When you do, the gap doesn't vanish. Nature's timing still applies, but its sting softens. Second things stop vanishing, and your days contain fewer silent losses to the half-second between I noticed and I was ready to notice again. Color constancy illusions. A blue shirt under a yellow street lamp still feels blue to you, and that quiet miracle, your brain preserving an object's identity despite wildly different lighting, is where color constancy does its everyday magic, and sometimes its most beguiling tricks. Because you do not see raw light, you see a best guess about the surface in front of you after your visual system quietly subtracts the lamp's tint, the window's shade, and the sky's bias. And when that subtraction goes a little wrong, you meet the illusions that make people argue about dresses and doubt their own eyes. To understand this, start with the simple fact that the light arriving at your eye is always a mixture of two things: the illuminance spectrum and the surface's reflectance. So any patch reaching your retina is a product of both. Yet what you care about in daily life is the stable property, the shirt's blueness, not the fickle lamp's mood. And your brain obliges by discounting the illuminant using clever cues, comparing each patch to its neighbors, anchoring to the brightest area as a reference, white, and drawing on memory colors, all of which usually keep perception tethered to the object rather than the light. Researchers build Mondrian displays, patchwork scenes of many colors with no familiar shapes, and show that if you bathe the whole set in reddish or bluish light, people still report the patches as red, blue, and green rather than all tinted, proving that the system isn't passively recording wavelengths, but actively inferring surface color from relationships, a process that also explains why your phone's camera needs white balance presets, while your mind auto-white balances without a menu. The same helpful machinery, however, creates illusions when the scene's cues are ambiguous or misleading. Take a photo with uncertain lighting, shadows implying blue daylight to some viewers, a spotlight implying yellow indoors to others, and different brains make different bets about the illuminant to subtract. One group assumes a bluish shadow and discounts blue, seeing a white and gold dress, while another assumes yellow indoor light and discounts yellow, seeing blue and black, and neither side is being dishonest. They are running the same algorithm with different priors about the lamp. Under everyday conditions, you witness milder versions of this when a white shirt in the shade reads as white to you, but looks visibly bluish to your camera before correction, or when a tungsten-lit room makes everything warmer until your mind recalibrates and the warmth fades from awareness. Crucially, color constancy depends on context. Your brain needs anchors, so a small gray square surrounded by rich colors will look different than the same square isolated on a blank screen. Designers exploit this by choosing background palettes that stabilize brown colors across lighting, while museums pay for lights with known spectra so artworks don't drift. In experiments, if you remove the broader context and show only a cropped patch, constancy collapses, and that patch can flip color identity in your awareness, reminding you that perception of color is relational, not absolute. A second lever is your own adaptation state. Spend a minute in a room washed in red and white paper will gradually look less pink as your receptors and later circuits recalibrate. Step outside into blue daylight and the world seems briefly icy until your internal balance resets. Pilots, surgeons, and photographers learn to respect these shifts, building short pauses into workflows to let perception catch up to new illuminants so that critical signals, instrument lights, tissue hues, or skin tones aren't misread in the first seconds after a change. There are practical consequences. In online shopping, a sweater photographed under warm bulbs can mislead in daylight unless the image features a neutral reference. In augmented reality, virtual objects must be shaded with an estimate of the room's light to fit your world. In safety settings, the color of warning labels should be tested under the exact lamps where they'll live because constancy isn't perfect, and some pairings wash out signals. Even at home, repainting walls can shift how your furniture reads because your brain recalibrates to the dominant field, making an old couch look newly green or oddly brown. You can feel how your system works with a simple exercise. Carry a small set of colored chips from sunlight into a room lit by a single warm bulb, and watch how your impression of each chip remains surprisingly stable, even as a photo of the same chip swings color wildly. Now, do the reverse. View a single chip in isolation on your phone with no surrounding cues, and notice how its identity wobbles as you move between rooms. A first-person demonstration that context is your color compass. Try one more. Put a gray card beside a banana under a deep blue sky, and you'll likely still label the banana yellow. Not because the light is yellow, but because your mind expects bananas to be yellow, and the scene's relationships support that expectation, showing how object knowledge and scene statistics lean on each other to keep your world steady. None of this means color is arbitrary. It means color is an achievement, a truce between physics and prediction that usually serves your goals, and illusions are the price of that service when cues conflict. The wise move is not to distrust your eyes, but to notice the conditions that push them. Unfamiliar light sources, missing context, cropped views, and strong expectations all tilt your internal white balance. So you can slow down when the stakes are high, comparing fabrics outdoors, checking paint in morning and evening light, adding a neutral reference when photographing products, or asking whether a controversial image hides a color cast in its shadows. If you sit with this for a moment, a calmer respect emerges. You are not seeing wrong when colors shift. You are seeing with a system that defends the identity of things in a world where light keeps changing, and when it errs for a reason you can understand and even outsmart. Learn to look for the anchors. Give your perception a breath to settle, and you'll find that color becomes both more reliable and more interesting. The shirt stays blue when it should. The painting keeps its mood across rooms, and when a scene pushes you toward an illusion, you recognize the nudge and choose to verify before you swear what you saw. Checker shadow paradox. A single letter printed on a checkerboard can change its shade without changing a single pixel. And the reason your eyes insist two identical squares are different is not gullibility, but intelligence. Your vision quietly solves a 3D lighting puzzle every time you look at a scene. And the checker shadow paradox simply exposes how deep that reasoning runs. Imagine a sunlit checkerboard with a cylinder casting a soft shadow, called two squares A and B. A sits in the open light. B lies inside the shadow, and to your experience, A is a dark square, and B is a light one. Yet when you isolate their patches on a screen, or slide a narrow strip connecting them, you discover they are the same luminance, a twist that feels like a prank until you grasp what your brain is actually trying to achieve. You aren't built to report raw brightness values. You're built to recover the likely properties of surfaces in a world with lights, shadows, and shapes. And that means your visual system must undo the lighting before you ever feel color or shade. Step back and you'll notice how many clues your brain harvests before it makes that call. The shadow edge isn't abrupt, it's soft, a penumbra that signals this is a shadow, not paint, prompting your internal model to lighten everything inside it. The cylinder's position tells you where the light might be. The checkerboard's pattern sets up expectations that dark and light tiles alternate. Edges along the tile boundaries have crisp high contrast, transitions that scream surface, change, while the shadow edge has a gentle gradient that whispers lighting change, and your system treats these categories differently. Even the brightest square in the scene acts as an anchor for what counts as white, nudging your interpretation of every other square. None of this is conscious, yet it's law-abiding work. Your brain separates the image into intrinsic properties and extrinsic ones, then attributes variations accordingly. In the checker shadow arrangement, That process overcorrects in exactly the direction you'd want in real life, compensating for the shadow so the world remains stable, so the algorithm succeeds at its real job and fails at the laboratory trick. To feel the computation in your own body, try 3 small experiments. First, take a photo of a similar setup and use an eyedropper tool. Your device reports the sameness your eyes deny, proving that the camera records intensities while your mind interprets causes. Second, drag a thin strip of paper between the 2 squares so that the strip connects them visually and masks the context. As you slide, the perceived gap between A and B shrinks because you've weakened the cues your brain used to label one patch as shadowed. Third, blur the whole image until edges soften and object identity fades. Constancy collapses, and the 2 squares drift toward a match, showing that edge information and object knowledge are the scaffolds of the illusion. Why does this matter beyond a fun party demonstration? Because the same assumptions underpin how you read faces under harsh ceiling lights, how you judge the ripeness of fruit in a dim kitchen, and how you assess hazards while driving under a canopy of trees where dappled shadows stripe the road. Without those priors, you'd be helpless, calling a white shirt grey every time you step from sunlight into shade. But with them, you're efficient and sometimes misled, and that trade shapes decisions from everyday choices to high-stakes work. In medical imaging, for example, radiologists are trained to distrust lighting-like gradients introduced by glare or display settings, focusing instead on edges that indicate tissue changes. In product photography, art directors manage shadows to prevent a fabric from appearing different on screen than it will in a living room. In user interface design, drop shadows that convey depth can also trick users into misreading contrast, making text less legible if the virtual lighting is too dramatic. In robotics and self-driving systems, algorithms now mimic your brain's separation of illumination and reflectance so that a car won't mistake a shadow for a pothole. Yet engineers must also teach those systems where illusions lurk: soft shadow boundaries, high contrast textures, repeating patterns, so their checker shadow moments don't become safety issues. There's also a cautionary tale here for the era of edited images and synthetic scenes. You may be confident that 2 regions differ because they feel like different materials, but manipulations of edges and soft gradients can push your inference engine toward a chosen story. A savvy editor can paint a shadow, soften its boundary, and your mind will relabel a patch as the same but shaded, granting continuity to something that was actually altered. Understanding the illusion teaches you to use objective checks, histograms, grayscale previews, neutral references, when the stakes include fairness or truth. If you'd like to make your own perception more robust, adopt a few habits that cooperate with how seeing works. When picking paint or fabric, step between lighting environments and compare samples against a neutral grey board that strips away competing colours. When matching tiles or woods, photograph them in black and white to see if apparent differences are just lighting. When judging a scene where appearances matter, move your head a little. Shadows shift with viewpoint while surface markings stay put, and that motion cue helps your brain reclassify what it's seeing. Educators can leverage the paradox in another way, by showing students that perception is a set of inferences constrained by physics. You invite more careful reasoning across domains. If you can be fooled by shade, you can also be fooled by framing in statistics or by context in memory. And the antidote isn't cynicism, but method. Isolate variables, test assumptions, and bring in neutral references. Perhaps the most human lesson is gentler. Your eyes are not betraying you when the 2 squares look different. They are doing exactly what they evolved to do, favoring a coherent understanding of objects and lights over a sterile report of intensities. Because in the real world, you need to know the board's pattern, not the shadow's shape. The paradox only bites when a crafted image flips those priorities and makes a lab truth collide with a life truth. And recognizing that difference can make you more patient with your senses and more skillful in the moments when you must override them. So the next time a debate erupts about whether 2 patches are the same, smile and remember the hidden cylinder in your mind, a silent model of light and form that usually keeps your world stable, occasionally paints you into a contradiction, and always offers you a way out. Change the context, add a reference, move your viewpoint, and watch certainty relax into understanding as the checkerboard gives up its secret. Motion after effects. Stand still after staring at a rushing waterfall, and the cliff beside it seems to creep upward like a stone curtain lifting. A quiet vertigo called the motion after effect that reveals not a failure of your eyes, but a recalibration deep in your brain's motion system. To feel it without a river, fixate on a rotating spiral for half a minute, and then look at your hand. The skin will seem to inflate or deflate in slow breath-like waves, and what you're sensing is the echo of neurons that spent those seconds, shouting left, right, inward, or outward until they tired. So when the world returns to stillness, the balance of motion signals is skewed, and a motion that isn't there briefly appears. Inside your visual cortex live armies of direction-tuned cells, tiny specialists that respond most to one direction and speed of motion, and they come in opponent pairs, like evenly matched teams on a rope. One team pulls for leftward motion, the other for rightward. Stare at leftward motion and the left-preferring team adapts. Its response drops, and when you switch your gaze to a static scene, the right-preferring team now wins the tug by default. Not because anything is moving, but because the opponents are no longer equally strong. In your experience, that imbalance feels like drift in the opposite direction. This isn't a mere eye trick at the surface. Adapt one eye to motion, and the after effect bleeds into the other eye, a clue that the locus is in binocular cortex rather than in the retina. Brain imaging shows the motion area known as MTV5 lighting up during both real motion and the after effect, and temporary disruption to that area weakens the illusion, tightening the case that what you feel is the brain's own motion code ringing on. Time matters here. A 5-second stare gives you a brief whisper of reverse motion, while a 30-second fixation can produce a stronger, longer echo. Contrast and attention matter too. High contrast, motion and focused gaze drive deeper adaptation than faint or unattended motion, so the same principle explains why long sessions of rapid scrolling can leave your desk looking like it's sliding upward, or why cruise ship passengers feel phantom sway on land. The ecological logic is elegant. Your visual system is built to track change efficiently in a noisy world, so it normalizes to whatever is common in the last half minute, to keep sensitivity high for deviations. If the environment is dominated by motion in one direction, dialing down sensitivity to that direction prevents saturation and frees capacity for anything new. The price of that smart economy is a short-lived aftertaste when conditions switch suddenly from lots of leftward to none at all. You can exploit or mitigate this in practical ways. Athletes who track fast-panning scenes often report a momentary background drift at a pause. Taking micro breaks where you look at a stable, high-contrast object for a second lets the opponent teams rebalance. Video editors can ease viewer fatigue by breaking long tracking shots with a static establishing frame to reset motion adaptation. App and game designers who lean on constant parallax or endless scrolling can insert calm anchors, a still card, a briefly frozen HUD, so the user's motion baseline doesn't slide away unnoticed. In VR, where moving fields fill your vision and override vestibular cues, careful pacing of optic flow, occasional fixation points, and gradual deceleration soften both after effects and nausea by giving motion neurons time to step down rather than collapse. Not all motion after effects are about simple left versus right. Expanding optic flow adapts populations that prefer outward motion. So when you stop, the world seems to shrink toward you, while contracting flow primes the inverse. Even complex textures induce the effect. Stare at rain streaking diagonally, and a brick wall will briefly creep the other way, reminding you that your brain passes motion at many scales. From fine flicker detectors in early areas to pattern motion units that knit local signals into the global sweep of a flock or a river. You can probe these layers at home with 3 small tests that teach, not just entertain. First, the spiral. Fixate on a rotating spiral for 30 seconds and then look at your palm. Second, the line grid. Watch a moving grating drift rightward and then view a stationary grid. The lines will drift left, Try it again while deliberately dividing your attention with mental arithmetic and watch the effect shrink, evidence that attention gates adaptation strength. Third, the interocular transfer. Cover one eye, adapt the other to motion, then switch eyes for the test. If the world still swims, you've proven to yourself that the adjustment lives beyond the eyes. The phenomenon also explains familiar life moments that people mislabel as clumsiness. The broken escalator effect, when you step onto a stationary escalator and your legs misfire for a step, or that slight backward sway when a train next to yours starts moving and your car is still. Your motor system predicts counterforces based on recent optic flow, and when the input changes, a reflex tuned by adaptation overshoots before control catches up. Importantly, the after effect is not lying to you about motion. It's telling the truth about what your brain has learned in the last half minute. That motion in one direction was abundant and should be discounted. When the world flips to stillness, the new truth takes a moment to win the vote. Understanding this can make you more forgiving of your senses and more deliberate in high-stakes contexts. Surgeons taking a beat after tracking an endoscope, drivers pausing their eyes on a fixed road feature after exiting a tunnel, drone pilots using horizon checks after long forward flights. From a deeper perspective, motion after effects are a window into how perception is built from balances, not absolutes. Color arises from opponent processes, temperature from relative adaptation, even judgments and moods from recent context. Your nervous system is an adaptive filter that trades exactness for sensitivity, and illusions are the visible footprints of that trade. If you ever worry that an illusion means you can't trust your eyes, reframe it. The after effect shows you that trust should be dynamic. Know what your system just adapted to. Give it a moment when conditions shift, and you'll regain accuracy faster. A simple practice is to create visual punctuation in your day. After intense motion, rest your gaze on something still and well lit. After heavy scrolling, look at the distance through a window. After a long drive, stand still and let the horizon steady you before you move quickly. In those few seconds, the rope teams in your motion cortex retie their knots. The phantom drift recedes, and the world returns to the stable stage your actions depend on. And there is a final, softer lesson tucked inside that fading shimmer on the wall. Your brain is constantly learning the recent past to serve the next moment. Sometimes the learning lingers and paints a ghost across the present, but if you let it settle, it becomes what it was meant to be, not a mistake, but a readiness, a poised sensitivity to change, so that when real motion matters again, you'll feel it first. Ventriloquism. Sound follows sight. A wooden puppet opens its painted mouth, and you feel the words come from the puppet, not the hidden performer, because your hearing quietly takes orders from your eyes. And that is the ventriloquism effect. When sight and sound disagree about where a voice lives, your brain often moves the voice to wherever the mouth seems to be. You do this not because you're gullible, but because, in a busy world, vision usually gives sharper spatial information than hearing. So your mind fuses the two into a single cause and pins the sound to the most precise cue: the moving lips, the bobbing beak, the animated face on a giant screen, so that one talking thing exists instead of two mismatched signals. This isn't a stage trick limited to puppets. It's a rule your senses use in cinemas, classrooms, video calls, and city streets. If a voice roughly lines up in time with a mouth you can see, your perception locks them together and the voice snaps to the mouth's location, even when speakers are mounted in the wrong place. Even when the true source sits off to the side, and your confidence in that location can be strong enough to beat the evidence in your ears. Under the hood, your brain is solving a simple question with sophisticated tactics. Do these sights and sounds come from the same event? And if so, where should I put that event in space? To answer, it checks whether the timing lines up within a small window, whether the direction is close enough, and how reliable each sense is at the moment. Sight usually wins for position. Hearing often wins for timing, and your brain weighs them by reliability like a quiet statistician. If the room is foggy or your view is bad, hearing carries more weight. If the audio is boomy or echoing, vision takes charge. You can feel this shifting balance by covering one ear in a reverberant hallway while watching someone speak across the space. Their voice will seem to leap toward their lips when you can see them clearly, then drift outward when you look away, as if the sound has no home until your gaze pins it down. This fusion has rules you can learn and even use. The sound must arrive close in time to the mouth movement. If the lip speech delay grows too large, the link breaks and you hear a disembodied voice. But your tolerance for delay is surprisingly generous. In a cinema, you often accept a small offset without complaint, because the picture is huge and the brain wants a single source. The better the visual cue, the larger that tolerance becomes, which is why a crisp animated face can own audio more easily than a blurry silhouette. Spatial separation matters too, but not as much as you'd think. If a speaker is a few seats away while a mouth moves on stage, many listeners still feel the voice on the performer, especially if they focus their gaze there. Move your eyes and the perceived voice can slide with your attention. A detail puppeteers exploit by drawing your look to the puppet's head exactly when the joke lands. There's also learning hidden inside the effect. Spend time in a place where a video display sits far from its speakers, say, a digital sign in a station, and your brain slowly recalibrates. So even with eyes closed later, you point nearer the screen when a similar voice appears. This ventriloquism after effect shows that your world model updates from recent pairings, a useful feature when technology changes how sound and sight align. But the learning cuts both ways. After long sessions with earbuds and a phone screen, some people initially mislocalize real voices in open rooms until their system resets, proof that you carry your last environment into the next, unless you give your senses a moment to settle. Real life is full of consequences because placing voices correctly matters. In traffic, if a siren plays through a car's internal speakers for warnings, a driver may look to the dashboard instead of the street, unless the sound is processed to float outside near the apparent hazard. In classrooms, students who rely on lip reading and spatial hearing benefit when a teacher's microphone routes to speakers near the front rather than to wall units at the back. Put the sound where the mouth is and everyone's brain thanks you. In teleconferencing, even small lip sync errors weaken trust and increase fatigue because your brain keeps trying and failing to fuse the streams. So engineers stagger audio and video delays on purpose to keep them within the binding window. In augmented and virtual reality, designers anchor synthetic voices to avatar mouths using head-tracked spatial audio, or else users feel like ghosts are speaking from inside their skulls. You can test yourself with 3 small exercises that illuminate the mechanism without any jargon. First, watch a film in a theater and consciously look to the far edge of the screen when a central character speaks. The voice will partly follow your gaze, seeming to live more where you look than where the speakers actually sit. Second, play a clip on your laptop while connecting a Bluetooth speaker placed to the side. Now fixate on the laptop's mouth and feel the voice pull toward it. Then look at the speaker and feel the voice drift toward the box, a tug of war you can steer with your eyes. Third, ask a friend to talk while you stand near a reflective wall. Glance back and forth between their face and the wall, and notice how the voice's body feels firmer when you're watching the face. Then go watery when you look away, as echoes claw for ownership until vision provides a ruler. The ventriloquism effect also reveals why some spaces are kinder to understanding than others. Rooms with strong echoes create many false mouths because reflections act like phantom sources. Add a clear view of the real talker and comprehension bounces back, but hide the talker and fatigue rises. That's why lecture halls angle seats toward the front, and why good hearing aids and cochlear implants now use microphone arrays with head tracking to position speech more convincingly in space, helping the brain's fusion machinery do what it wants to do anyway: marry a voice to a face. If you work with sound or run events, there are simple, evidence-backed moves. Mount speakers as close to the visual source as possible. Minimize lip sync delay below a crisp fraction of a second. Avoid placing the only speaker behind the audience when the stage is in front, and use modest visual cues, subtle jaw motion on screensavers, or active talker highlights in meetings to guide attention toward the true source. If you're a viewer, remember that small head turns improve localization by giving your ears changing time cues, breaking the spell of a visual decoy when accuracy matters, like finding the person who called your name in a crowd. It's easy to paint illusions as the enemy of truth, but the deeper story here is mercy. Your brain chooses a single, coherent world over two clashing reports because that helps you act with confidence. Most of the time, that choice is right. Voices do come from mouths, and when it's wrong, you can learn to spot the conditions that push it off course and nudge it back. Check the alignment when a video seems off. Ask a speaker to stand where they're amplified. Glance briefly away from the decoy to free your ears, or give yourself a second after leaving a screen-filled room before you rely on spatial hearing outdoors. In the end, ventriloquism is a reminder that perception is not a courtroom where senses testify independently. It's a negotiation for a single story, moderated by reliability and timing, with sight often granted the chair. Once you notice that counsel at work, you don't become more cynical. You become more skilled, able to enjoy the charm of a talking puppet, decode a massive movie screen without effort, and still, when it counts, pull the voice free from the wrong mouth and give it back to the world where it truly is. McGurk. Hearing with eyes. Your ears can be tricked by a silent mouth into hearing a consonant that never existed, and the first time you feel it, when an audio ba-ba-ba played over a video of lips clearly forming. Ga-ga-ga makes your brain swear it heard. Da-da-da. You glimpse how speech is not just sound, but a negotiated perception built from eyes, ears, and expectations working together under pressure. This is the McGurk effect, and it doesn't expose gullibility so much as it reveals a smart shortcut. Your brain wants a single speaker saying one coherent thing, so when the lip shapes and the sound don't match, it forges a compromise syllable that could plausibly explain both, trading fidelity to the ear for a tidy story that fits the face. In everyday conversation, that shortcut is a superpower. Speech is messy, rooms echo, traffic roars, and yet you understand friends across a cafe because you read their lips without knowing it. Tiny cues like where the lips close, where the tongue touches, and how wide the jaw opens steer your brain toward the right phoneme before the sound has fully arrived. Collapsing ambiguity fast enough for real-time dialogue, the illusion simply makes that system visible by putting the senses at cross purposes, pushing you to feel the brain's best fit response rather than the raw audio. Crucially, not every sound is equally vulnerable. Bilabial consonants broadcast their identity clearly to the eyes, whereas sounds formed at the back of the mouth are visually ambiguous. So when you pair an unmistakable lip pattern with a conflicting audio, the vision-weighted guess often wins. If you flip the pairing, say, match an audio gay with a visual bar, you get a different fused percept or sometimes a wobbly sense that something is off, because the brain isn't just choosing between two letters. It's trying to explain a movie of a mouth plus a stream of sound as one source with one articulatory plan. Timing matters, but not the way you might expect. There is a forgiving window, on the order of a brief fraction of a second, within which the brain treats sight and sound as one event. Inside that window, even poor audio will bend toward the lips, while outside it, the spell breaks, and you hear voice over here, mouth over there. A tiring split that makes dubbed films with sloppy sync feel uneasy. Interestingly, your tolerance shifts with the quality of each stream. Crisp, well-lit lips can own a moderately delayed sound, while muddy video forces the ears to take the lead. There are striking individual and cultural differences that teach you more about how speech perception develops. Infants show sensitivity to lip sound alignment earlier than many adults expect, which makes sense because babies learn the map from articulations to sounds partly by watching you talk. People who grew up in loud environments or who rely on lip reading, like many hard-of-hearing listeners, and new cochlear implant users, often show stronger visual influence because their brains have learned to weight the eyes more heavily when making sense of speech. Second language listeners can show a boosted McGurk effect if the non-native sounds blur together for the ears, yet separate cleanly on the lips, and dialects complicate the picture further. If your community rounds certain vowels or softens certain consonants, your eyes learn those patterns and your brain leans into them, sometimes overriding the same audio that someone from another region would pass differently. There's a subtle cognitive story hiding inside the illusion as well. You don't just fuse sights and sounds, you also fuse them with what you expect the talker is trying to say, so context can nudge the outcome. Watch a clip where the scene primes a particular word, and the fusion lands closer to that word. Flip the context and the same mouth and sound are perceived differently, showing that language is not decoded like a code, but inferred like a plot, with vision and audition as actors, and your knowledge as the director. You can feel the machinery at work with 3 simple tests you can run today. First, pull up a well-known McGurk clip and watch the mouth while you listen. Then replay the exact same audio while covering the mouth with your hand or looking away. The da often snaps back to the true ba, a moment of relief that proves nothing changed in the sound, only in what your brain treated as the cause. Second, turn on captions and lower the volume while watching a talking head. The letters on screen will bias your percept even more narrowly than the lips, and when a caption lags or mistranscribes, you'll feel the brain momentarily juggle 3 contenders before it settles on a compromise. Third, try a brief desynchronization exercise in a quiet room. Play a video of a speaker on your laptop, route the audio to a small speaker off to the side, and adjust the audio's delay by tiny steps until you find the zone, where the voice feels most inside the mouth. That band reveals your personal binding window and shows you why some video calls feel effortless and others leave you strangely exhausted. Far from being a niche curiosity, the effect has consequences for learning, safety, and design. Teachers who face their students and maintain clear mouth visibility make comprehension spikes in noisy classrooms, especially for children learning to read, whose brains are still wiring sound symbol links, while masked speech with no visual mouth cues forces everyone to lean on context and increases mishearing. Clinical teams who counsel new cochlear implant users often encourage intentional viewing of faces during early training to harness the visual boost, then gradually reduce reliance as auditory resolution improves. Broadcasters and streamers learn to test lip sync on multiple devices because small platform delays that fall outside the binding window torpedo clarity, even if the audio is crystal. And product designers building voice interfaces on screens now add subtle mouth animations or active speaker highlights to anchor sound, reducing the brain's need to guess and fuse in the dark. There are softer human lessons too, in cross-cultural conversations where accents stretch your ear. Giving yourself a clear view of the talker's mouth isn't impolite, it's cooperative. It lets your brain recruit the visual channel to keep pace without constant what repairs in conflict or care settings. Knowing that a listener may literally hear a different syllable, if they can't see, you can turn frustration into a practical fix. Sit so the light is on your face, slow your jaw movement slightly, and pause between phrases so your partner's system doesn't have to fight to bind sparse visuals to fast audio. In media literacy, the effect explains why talking avatars with perfectly timed lips can make obviously synthetic voices feel more convincing than bare audio. A reminder to evaluate content with your eyes partly closed when the source matters more than the polish. If you worry that learning about McGurk makes language seem fragile, reverse the thought. What's fragile is the lab setup that forces senses to disagree, while what's robust is your everyday fusion, a resilient system that stitches noisy signals into words at human speed. You can strengthen that system by designing your spaces and habits to feed it good information. Keep faces visible when accuracy matters. Reduce echo so the ears aren't fighting ghosts. Choose lighting that preserves mouth contrast. And give technology permission to cheat a little if it helps the brain lock sound to sight. And when you encounter the illusion itself, hearing an impossible da from a mouth that never said it, take it as a window, not a warning. It shows you the quiet craftsmanship behind every sentence you understand, the way perception favors a single story that makes sense of all the evidence, and how, with a few thoughtful choices, you can help that story be the right one. Clearer to your listener, kinder to your own brain, and truer to the voice that is really speaking. Size-weight illusion. Pick up two boxes that weigh exactly the same, one big and one small, and your hand will tell you a lie with absolute conviction. The small one feels heavier, as if someone hid extra gravity inside it. And that stubborn mismatch between mass and experience is the size-weight illusion, a window into how your brain predicts the world of objects first and only then checks the math with your muscles. The hook is not that you're fooled, but that your nervous system is cleverly solving a harder problem than just weight. It's trying to infer what kind of thing this is, how dense it must be, whether it's likely to slip, and how much effort to spend before you even lift. And those expectations lean so strongly on size that your perception of heaviness bends to fit the story. When you see the big box, years of life with bread loaves, laundry baskets, and cardboard crates whisper, "This will be heavy." So your motor system quietly dials up grip and lift forces in advance. When you see the small box, the same history murmurs, "This should be light," and your hand prepares a gentler effort. Then reality arrives. Both boxes have the same mass, so your first lift of the big one uses too much force. The box jumps a little. Your skin and tendons report easier than expected, and your brain labels it lighter. Your first lift of the small one uses too little force. The box drags down, your fingers strain, and the signal lands as heavier than expected. Here's the elegant twist. With a few lifts, you will automatically recalibrate the forces for both boxes, so the movements become equally smooth. Yet the feeling stubbornly persists. The small still feels heavier, revealing a split between the control system that adapts and the conscious judgment that continues to anchor on size-based priors. That split is gold for understanding everyday action. Perception of weight isn't a simple reading from a built-in scale, but a negotiated verdict that mixes bottom-up cues with top-down beliefs. And because the top-down part is what gets you ready to act quickly, it holds on to its rule even after the motor side has learned the new reality. This is why the illusion survives weeks of practice in classic experiments, and why you can know the truth, yet still feel the small object as heavier. Knowledge and feel are partners, not clones. The illusion has cousins that round out the lesson. If two objects look different in material rather than size, say, a block that looks like foam and another that looks like brass but they weigh the same, the material weight effect kicks in, and the one that seems denser feels lighter once lifted. For the same reason, you over-prepare for the heavy-looking one and under-prepare for the light-looking one. And the error in preparation colors the feeling. If you paint the same weight to look like wood versus stone, or texture it to seem hollow versus solid, the expectation shifts the experience, showing that surface signals, gloss, texture, sound on tap, prime your hand just as strongly as size. The practical stakes are larger than a laboratory puzzle. In product design, a gadget that looks substantial but is too light can feel cheap, while a small object tuned to have a deliberate heft reads as premium. Packaging engineers exploit the bias by adding minimal internal ballast, so a tiny bottle of perfume feels right in the hand. In sports, a ball that appears smaller or smoother can feel heavier on first contact, even at the same mass, briefly altering timing and grip until the motor system catches up. Coaches know to include short recalibration drills when switching ball designs. In rehabilitation, therapists can use the illusion as a safe way to challenge patients' grip planning without actually increasing load, building confidence while the nervous system relearns to predict forces. And in robotics, grippers that estimate weight from first contact benefit from human-inspired strategies. Use visual priors about size and expected density to set an initial lift force. Then correct quickly from tactile feedback, because burnt motors and dropped parts both come from bad guesses in the first milliseconds. You can explore your own predictive machinery with 3 simple tests at home and discover useful habits along the way. First, put equal coins or batteries in 2 boxes of very different sizes and take turns lifting them with your eyes open and then closed. With eyes closed, the illusion shrinks because you've silenced the size prior, proving to yourself that sight seeds the feeling long before the skin finishes its report. This is your reminder to close the loop with touch when accuracy matters. Second, play fake density. Wrap a light metal object and a heavy plastic object so they look identical, then tap each near your ear. The higher, ringier sound primes metal, heavy, and you'll feel a flicker of surprise when the heavy-sounding one lifts easily. A cue for product teams to align sound design with intended feel. Third, do a rapid alternation drill. Lift the small object 5 times, then immediately the large object 5 times. The contrast exaggerates the error, and you can sense how your first gentle lift after the small one makes the large feel feathered, revealing why alternating tasks at work creates bursts of misjudgment unless you insert a brief neutral touch on a standard weight to reset expectations. There are safety angles, too. Workers who visually judge loads on conveyors can be caught by the illusion when a small box has dense contents. Adding clear mass labels or color coding that signals unexpectedly heavy reduces strain injuries. In kitchens, moving from airy packaging to compact glass jars can make a shelf feel heavier than it is and lead to fumbles. Gripping closer to the center of mass and pausing half a second before the lift lets tactile cues update the plan. In aviation and driving, handheld devices with misleading heft can alter how firmly controls are pressed. On the first interaction, manufacturers now tune spring, forces, and casing weights so first use, expectations, and actual resistance match, preventing overshoot or lag. The deeper human lesson is gentler than don't trust your senses. Trust them as predictors that earn their keep by being fast. Then help them with simple rituals that reveal truth when truth matters. Look, plan, and test. When you meet a new tool, give it a test squeeze and a micro lift before committing effort. When you switch environments, touch a known reference object to reset your baseline. When judging quality, ask whether weighty is a proxy for durability or just a trick of expectation, and consider design choices that mimic heft without waste. Over time, you'll start to enjoy the intelligence inside the illusion. Your brain is not miswired. It is beautifully wired for a world where size often predicts mass, and it errs honestly when rare objects violate that rule. Once you know this, you move through that world with more grace. Less likely to strain on the small, less likely to fling the big, more likely to pause for a confirming feel. And the next time a tiny box weighs a ton in your hand, you'll smile, adjust, and lift it as it truly is, letting expectation lead for speed and sensation finish for truth. Rubber hand ownership. A fake hand can become yours in under a minute, and the first time it happens, when a rubber mannequin, hand resting on a table, begins to feel warm with belonging, while your hidden real hand fades from your sense of self. You discover that body ownership is not a fixed fact but a prediction your brain updates from the best cross-sensory story it can assemble. The classic setup is disarmingly simple. Your real hand is hidden behind a screen. A lifelike rubber hand sits where your real hand could plausibly be. Both hands are stroked with small paintbrushes in perfect time and in matching locations. And as seconds pass, your brain bets that the seen touch and the felt touch must come from the same object. So the rubber hand is invited into your body model, and the invisible real hand is quietly downranked. A decision you can't will away once the evidence stacks up. You don't just think it's yours. You flinch when a hammer hovers over it. Your skin conductance spikes to threat. Your grip strategy shifts as if protecting flesh. And if asked to point with your eyes closed to where your index finger is, your estimate drifts toward the rubber hand by a few centimeters. A measurable proprioceptive drift that shows how vision and touch rewrite position sense rather than merely decorating it. The illusion's rules teach you what convinces the brain. Synchrony is non-negotiable. Spatial alignment matters and appearance counts, but the system is more flexible than people expect. Skin tone need not match. Rings or tattoos don't block the effect. And even a glove or a simple 3D print can be adopted if timing and mapping are tight, revealing that your brain cares first about causal coherence. The same touch, seen and felt at the same time in the same place, should come from the same limb. Under the surface, multisensory areas of the parietal and premotor cortex act like body cartographers, maintaining a probabilistic map of where parts are and what counts as me. And the brushes provide powerful constraints because they deliver two independent lines of evidence vision, and touch that support a single cause. When those lines line up reliably, the map shifts to reduce conflict, and the new map can influence low-level regulation in surprising ways. In some studies, the real hand cools by a small degree during strong ownership, suggesting that autonomic adjustments follow the narrative of where the self is centered. But nearly all studies converge on the defensive reflexes and drift as robust. The adopted hand receives protection, the hidden hand loses some claim on attention, and your internal coordinates realign to defend the story you're being told by your senses. You can feel the boundaries of the phenomenon by breaking the rules in controlled ways. Make the stroking asynchronous, and the rubber hand stays a stranger. Rotate the fake wrist to an impossible angle, and the illusion thins because your posture prior refuses the geometry. Swap the brush for a small tapper that strikes different locations, and the substitution fails because the mapping is wrong. Add vibration to the tendons of the hidden hand while you watch the rubber wrist move, and you may feel the rubber hand flex, evidence that the motor sensory loop is part of the ownership vote. Close your eyes after ownership settles and try to wiggle a finger. The movement feels oddly over there, showing how the plan to move and the sense of where the mover is live in the same predictive book. The effect isn't just a party trick, it has consequences for design, care, and training. Prosthetic engineers now use synchronized haptic feedback and surface nerve stimulation so artificial hands talk back in time with what users see, increasing acceptance and reducing phantom discomfort. In virtual and augmented reality, developers anchor the user's avatar hand with realistic finger tracking and haptic pulses on contact, then keep latency low so the brain's synchrony detector stays satisfied, which not only boosts presence but also improves precision tasks because control policies tune themselves to owned limbs. Clinicians explore the illusion's ability to dial down pain when the adopted hand is shown to be protected or healthy, a careful adjunct to therapy in conditions where the body map and pain are entangled, though it's not a cure and must be used ethically to complement, not replace medical care. Educators and safety trainers use threat tests on the adopted hand to teach about automatic defense circuits and how quickly they can be recruited for tools and remote manipulators, helping trainees respect the lag they'll feel when ownership is weak, and design rituals to strengthen it before high-stakes work. There are striking individual differences that reveal deeper principles. People with stronger interoceptive awareness sometimes show reduced susceptibility, as if a robust inward signal anchors the self against visual capture. Others who are highly visually dominant or who often rely on mirrors and screens in daily life may recruit the fake hand faster. Anxiety can boost threat responses once ownership is in place, as defensive systems are primed. Children adopt quickly, unsurprising, in a brain still writing its body book, while fatigue and divided attention can slow the illusion's onset, probably because the system has less bandwidth to align the streams. You can try safe home versions to learn how your own weighting works. Sit with a friend and 2 small brushes. Hide one hand behind a shoebox. Place a realistic glove or prop hand in view and stroke both in synchrony on the same fingers. Notice the creeping warmth of belonging. Then break synchrony to feel it drain. Once it's strong, hold a plastic spoon above the fake knuckles and watch your own pulse tick up in your wrist. Then try a variant with a camera and a slight video delay and feel ownership wobble as timing slips. Proof that your brain's binding window is smaller than most apps assume. Finally, attempt tool embodiment by holding a grabber, stick, and having a partner tap the stick's tip in sync with taps to your fingertip. While your eyes fixate on the tip, you'll start to feel touch out. There, a valuable reminder that your body map expands to include tools when evidence says it should. The illusion also nudges everyday wisdom. The sense that your body is a single, unquestionable given is mostly helpful, but at the edges it can be biased. After hours of remote work, you may feel strangely clumsy offline because your motor system has been partially outsourcing hand feeling to a cursor. After intense gaming in first person, your reach timing can momentarily reflect the avatar's arm length rather than your own. In rehabilitation, simply watching a limb perform smooth actions while matching those movements even minimally can improve. confidence and coordination through ownership's motivational pull. Seeing my hand succeed makes the next attempt more likely. Most important, rubber hand ownership reframes what me means without diving into philosophy. Your body is a best guess model tuned by multiple senses and by context, and that model can be negotiated with, strengthened, extended, or recalibrated if you understand the rules. Give the brain coherent, timely evidence, keep geometry plausible, align what you see with what you feel, and the map will update. If you want clarity instead, break synchrony, diversify cues, and let strong internal signals anchor you. When the brushes stop and the rubber hand returns to being a prop, you're left with a gentler confidence. Ownership isn't a fragile illusion to be exposed, but a robust contract to be honored. Most of the time, it protects you flawlessly, and sometimes it can be rewritten to help you heal, adapt, or perform. Knowing that, you move through the world with more curiosity and care, able to invite new tools into your reach, to recognize when screens have stolen a bit of hand, and to bring your attention back to the real limb that feeds you information you can trust, updated in real time by a brain that is trying, always, to give you the most useful body for the moment you are in. Out-of-body inductions. You can stand perfectly still and yet feel yourself float behind your own shoulders. Watch your back from across the room, or snap into a body that isn't yours at all. And the fact that scientists can nudge this experience on purpose, under controlled conditions, turns a mystery into a lesson about how the brain decides where you are. Laboratory out-of-body inductions don't rely on suggestion or belief so much as on engineering conflicts among the signals that normally agree. Vision, balance, touch, and the quiet rhythms of your internal organs, and then letting your brain do what it always does. Resolve disagreement by choosing the single story that best explains the evidence in that moment, even if that story places you a meter away from your flesh. The simplest recipe looks like a magic trick with wires. You wear a head-mounted display that shows a live view from a camera located a step or two behind you. So when you look down, you see your body from the back. Now a researcher touches your chest with a stick, while you simultaneously see the stick touch the chest of that camera body in front of you. The touches are synchronous, at the same place and time in both views. Within seconds, many people report a shift in self-location toward the camera view, as if consciousness has drifted into the person they're watching. And if the experimenter threatens that visible body with a rubber knife, sweat and startled responses spike, showing that your defensive systems have been partially retuned to protect the seen body rather than the hidden one you're actually in. The rules are strict in ways that teach you what matters for the sense of self. Timing must be tight, spatial mapping must be believable, and perspective should match what your head and eyes are doing, because your brain expects a lawful link between intention, motion, and sight. When those constraints hold, vision and touch overrule the vestibular system's quiet claim that you are still here, and the self relocates to wherever the multisensory evidence is most coherent. Variations reveal further levers. Replace real touches with puffs of air on the chest, synced to what you see, and ownership still shifts, proving that the content of the signal matters less than its contingency. Route the audio of your own heartbeat through a vibrating vest that pulses on the visible chest you're watching, and the sense of being in that body strengthens, showing that interoceptive cues, your internal rhythms, are part of the vote. Ask participants to walk blindfolded to where they feel they were standing after the induction, and many overshoot toward the camera's position, a measurable drift in self-location that goes beyond a fleeting feeling. Move from video to full virtual reality, and the palette expands. People can adopt an entire avatar from a third-person view if their real movements drive the avatar precisely and tactile events line up. Flip to first person, and the effect deepens. Look down and see the avatar's chest and feet where yours should be. Match footsteps with the rumble of floor speakers. Add hand tracking so the avatar's fingers wiggle with yours. Keep latency low, and the brain accepts the avatar as the platform for I, even when its body plan differs from yours in size or shape. The moment you place the virtual you a meter to the left of the real you, The conflict becomes a choice your system resolves in favor of the cleaner multisensory bundle, and you go where the evidence leads. Not all inductions are visual. Stimulate the balance system with small currents behind the ears while presenting misleading optic flow, and you can nudge the felt up-down axis and create brief sensations of tilting or drifting free from the body. In neurosurgical settings, gentle electrical stimulation near the temporoparietal junction, the hub that stitches together vision, touch, and vestibular input, can trigger otoscopic phenomena. Patients reporting they are hovering above or beside themselves, looking down at their own bodies. In clinical populations, seizures, migraines, and vestibular disorders sometimes produce spontaneous out-of-body experiences, which map onto the same circuitry and teach that these are not all in the mind in a dismissive sense. They are in the mind as the mind is in the brain, arising when integration rules falter and the system falls back on an alternative self-model that better fits the actively misleading data. If there is a master principle here, it is that self is an ongoing inference, a best guess figure that your brain draws where the streams line up. Change the way the streams line up and the figure can slide. That principle has practical consequences that go far beyond curiosity. In rehabilitation, pairing a patient's faint limb movements with an amplified avatar in the right place can boost engagement and recalibrate neglected body maps after stroke. Therapists working with chronic pain and depersonalization use carefully dosed perspective shifts to show clients that self-location is adjustable. Then coach them to anchor it with breath and posture when anxiety or dissociation loosens the ties. Designers of telepresence robots and surgical systems build better extended selves by synchronizing tool feedback, viewpoint, and haptics, so the operator feels there quickly and safely. Because hesitation and overreach vanish once the brain has adopted the remote body as a workable proxy. Safety and ethics matter whenever you move the self. Researchers track heart rate, sweat, and startle to detect distress, keep inductions brief, and debrief participants to prevent lingering disorientation. VR creators add grounding breaks that switch to a neutral room and let users look at their real hands before removing a headset, which reduces the uneasy after-image of being slightly offset when you return to the physical world. Clinicians avoid using these tools with people prone to psychosis without careful screening, because the same mechanisms that make embodiment flexible can also make reality feel fragile if pushed too hard. If you want to feel the edges of the effect at home, you can do so safely with simple rules. Sit in VR with a well-tracked avatar, look down to see your feet, and keep head movement latency minimal. Gently tap your chest while a controller vibrates in perfect sync where you see the tap land, and notice how your locus of I settles. Now break the spell on purpose. Introduce a small delay, move the avatar's hand without moving yours, or turn the camera while you keep your head still, and feel how ownership and self-location loosen, proof that timing and contingency are the levers, not suggestion. Finally, anchor yourself by removing the headset, placing both palms on a table you can see and feel, and taking 3 slow breaths while you track the rise in your chest. Interoception, touch, and stabilize vision, pulling the self back into the physical body you live in. The deeper lesson is not that out-of-body experiences are fake, or that the self is an illusion in the trivial sense, but that selfhood is a robust construction that can be steered when the brain is given conflicting or clarifying evidence. Most of the time, the construction is faultless and invisible, which is exactly how you want it. Your senses line up, your balance agrees, your heartbeat hums in the background, and you are simply here. But in the lab, in therapy, or in carefully designed technology, manipulating the alignment reveals the rules, and with the rules you gain options to help a patient feel whole again, to let a pilot operate as if already on site, to give an injured athlete the experience of moving smoothly, and thereby recruit the nervous system's talent for learning by seeing yourself succeed. When you step away from the demonstrations, there is a quiet, reassuring morale. You are not a ghost trapped in a body, nor a camera riding behind your eyes. You are a living model that your brain updates every second from the best evidence it has. If that evidence becomes confusing, the model can slip. And if the evidence is coherent, the model snaps back. Learn to notice the cues that point you home. synchronized touch you can see, the weight of your feet on the floor, the rhythm under your sternum, and you'll discover that even at the edge of strangeness, the system is on your side, ready to return you to yourself the moment the world and your senses agree again. Phantom limb sensations. A hand can be gone and still itch under a wedding ring that no longer exists. A foot can cramp inside an invisible shoe. A leg can feel telescoped up into a knot near the knee. And the shock for many amputees is not only the grief of loss, but the persistence of presence. Phantom limb. Sensations that range from neutral tingles to crushing pain. And the hard truth is that these experiences are not imagination or stubborn habit. They are the output of a living nervous system that keeps modeling a body, even when part of that body is missing. And the more you learn the rules of that modeling, the more options you gain for easing the unwanted parts while protecting the useful ones. Start with the map in your head. In the somatosensory cortex, neurons are arranged in something like a distorted atlas of the body. Lips next to hand, face wrapping near fingers, trunk and legs curling along the crest. And when input from a limb goes silent after amputation, that silent territory does not stay empty. Neighboring regions expand, a plastic reshuffling that can be measured with brain imaging and magnetic stimulation. And that territorial takeover explains eerie referrals, like touch to the cheek, provoking a tingle in the absent thumb, because the face region has invaded the old hand area and now tickles it when it fires. This remapping is not a mistake so much as a survival trick, a way for the system to avoid wasting real estate. But it also means that the brain's prediction, "I have a hand here that feels this," can be activated by the wrong source, and the conscious story struggles to catch up. Move down from cortex and you find more contributors. Cut nerves in the residual limb sprout endings that can form neuromas. Tangled growths that are overly excitable, sending volleys of signals upward that the brain tries to interpret as location and quality, while spinal cord circuits that used to gate the river of sensory input can become gain high, allowing noise to read as signal, especially if pain pathways have been ramped up by months of injury or inflammation. Add to that the motor side. Your intention to move a missing hand may still pulse through motor cortex and down surviving roots, but there's no matching feedback from muscles and skin to say movement completed, leaving a mismatch the brain resolves by inventing a sensation that often carries the emotional tone of effort. Cramped, clenched, stuck. This is why some of the most striking reports involve a frozen phantom fist that won't open or toes curled into a spasm you can't pry apart. And why one of the most effective early interventions, Ramachandran's mirror box, has power. Place the intact hand in front of a mirror so that its reflection occupies the spot where the missing hand should be. Then open and relax the visible pair, while you imagine doing the same with the phantom. And the brain finally gets a coherent loop, motor command matched by visual feedback, which can unlock the stuck posture and dial down pain for some people. The success is not universal, but it demonstrates the principle that phantom sensations are malleable when you give the system consistent, believable evidence across senses. A related set of tools extends that idea. Graded motor imagery starts with pure imagination. Picture the limb moving without pain. Progresses to recognizing left-right limb images quickly to retrain speeded-up motor plans. Then advances to mirror or virtual movements, sensory discrimination training, where different textures or touches are applied to the residual limb, while the person labels location and quality with increasing precision, can sharpen the brain's map and reduce the mistaken crosstalk that fuels unpleasant phantoms. Virtual and augmented reality can go further, letting an avatar limb move in response to signals from residual muscles, while delivering synchronous vibratory or electrical feedback that feels like joint or skin responses. When that loop is tight, ownership of the digital limb rises and phantom discomfort often falls, hinting again that the brain wants a working model more than it wants to keep an error alive. None of this cancels the role of the peripheral body. Careful management of residual limb skin, socket fit, and posture can reduce triggers from neuromas and end-of-bone pressure. Targeted muscle reinnervation, redirecting cut nerves into spare muscle tissue, can give those nerves a calmer, functional home and improve prosthetic control while dampening painful shooting sensations. Also, integrated prostheses that anchor directly to bone can stabilize mechanics and reduce the shear and compression that keep nociceptors angry, and sensory-enabled prosthetic hands that deliver little tickles or pressure patterns to the skin improve day-to-day embodiment, so the brain's hand channel gets honest traffic instead of ghost noise. Pharmacological support has a place, though it's rarely a standalone fix. Agents that calm overexcited neurons or dampen wind-up in the cord can create a window for training and prosthetic use to work better. Non-invasive brain stimulation and spinal cord modulation are being studied as ways to nudge the system into a more receptive state, and careful sleep hygiene matters because a tired brain and a sensitized cord magnify pain of all kinds. Across all strategies, the thread is the same. Give the predictive brain cleaner inputs and consistent successes, and it updates. There are also patterns to respect so you don't chase the wrong ghost. Phantom sensations can be harmless. Is the missing foot cool? Itchy, extended farther than it ever was, and some of these fade with time or with gentle attention. Phantom pain is different, burning, stabbing, electric, and deserves active treatment because chronic pain rewires networks toward persistence. Telescoping, where the phantom seems to shrink into the stump, often reflects an ongoing recalibration rather than a psychological failure, and can be eased by exercises that re-expand perceived length. Projecting the limb outward in VR, or using mirrors angled to extend the line of the limb while performing deliberate, slow reach tasks. Importantly, none of these experiences say anything about willpower or sanity. They are the lawful consequences of a system that learned a body for decades and now must unlearn and relearn under stress. Family members who grasp this shift from "it's in your head" as a dismissal to "it's in your head" as a place where real, Trainable Maps Live can offer the right kind of support. Patient repetition, curiosity about what helps, protection from well-meaning invalidation. If you live with phantoms, small practical habits can stack up. Set aside 2 or 3 brief sessions a day to run a loop that suits you. Mirror relaxations, VR reach and release, or textured touch labeling, because short, consistent messages shape maps better than sporadic heroic efforts. Experiment with temperature and vibration to find reset cues that quiet specific pains. When the body feels lopsided, align posture with visual cues. A line on the floor, a laser level on the wall, and take slow breaths timed to imagined opening or lengthening of the phantom, pairing interoception with motor intent in a way that often softens spasms. Keep a simple diary of triggers and calms, the shower, the end of the day, certain seats, so you can redesign routines around the nervous system's predictable tides. And step back for a moment to absorb the gentler message. Phantom limbs are not proof that the self is illusion. They are proof that the self is constructed, continuously, adaptively, sometimes stubbornly, and that construction can be guided. Your brain did not get the memo that a limb is gone, because the memo must be written in a language it understands. Synchronize sight and touch, successful movements with matching feedback, quieted noise from injured nerves, stable context over days. And when it finally reads enough lines in that language, its story about the missing part changes from stuck, clenched present to quiet, relaxed, integrated. The goal is not to erase every phantom. Many people find neutral sensations remain, sometimes even comforting, but to turn a painful echo into a manageable presence, and to let the living body that remains take center stage. You get there not by arguing with experience, but by educating the system that creates it, and that is the real power in understanding phantom limb sensations. It replaces fear with a map, shame with strategy, and passivity with small, repeatable actions that invite the brain to write a kinder chapter about a limb that once was and a life that still is. Flash lag illusion. A bright dot appears next to a moving object for the briefest instant, and though they were physically aligned at that exact moment, you almost always see the flash lagging behind or the mover already ahead, as if your perception has skipped a frame into the future. And this flash lag illusion is less a parlor trick than a window into how your brain stitches time, motion, and now into a single workable story. The classic demo uses a rotating bar or a sliding cursor. When a flash occurs exactly beside the moving edge, observers report that the moving item is farther along its path than the flash, and the temptation is to blame slow eyes or bad attention. But careful experiments show something deeper. Your visual system does not present a raw timestamp of the world. It constructs a best estimate of where things are likely to be by the time that estimate reaches awareness. One family of explanations says your brain extrapolates motion. Because nerves and circuits take tens of milliseconds to carry and consolidate information, a purely reactive display would leave you perpetually late. So for continuously moving objects, the system forecasts ahead a little, offsetting neural delays. A sudden flash doesn't offer a trajectory to predict. It's a one-off event, so it receives no push into the future, and the mismatch between a predicted mover and an unpredicted flash is felt as lag. Support comes from variations where the motion unexpectedly halts precisely at the flash. If extrapolation were the only factor, you should still see the mover ahead, but often the illusion shrinks or flips depending on exact timing, hinting that prediction is part of the story but not the whole script. A second camp points to differential processing delays. Transients like flashes can, paradoxically, take longer to be stabilized for conscious judgment than smooth motion signals that are being tracked continuously. This idea gains traction with findings that contrast luminance and the type of stimulus affect the size of the effect. Dim or low contrast flashes produce stronger lag, suggesting separate pipelines with different latencies feeding the same where judgment. Still, delay differences alone can't explain every variant either. Enter post-diction, the proposal that your brain collects a short slice of events after the flash before finalizing what you consciously experience, so late arriving motion information reaches back and influences where you'll place the moving object at the flash time. The evidence is dramatic in versions where the moving stimulus reverses direction or changes speed right after the flash. People's perceived alignment shifts in ways that only make sense if the system is integrating over a temporal window that includes post-flash samples. This doesn't mean consciousness waits seconds, think tens of milliseconds, but even that tiny buffer reshapes now into a carefully curated just now. Attention adds another twist. When you direct full focus to the moving item, the lag often grows, perhaps because your tracking system leans harder on predictive code, while focusing on the flash can reduce the gap by boosting the transient's weight in the integration. When attention is split or late, the system defaults to its habitual forecasting and the discrepancy widens. Eye movements matter too. Make a saccade during the event, and specialized mechanisms that keep the world stable across jumps can interact with the timing, sometimes shrinking the illusion when the motion crosses the retina versus the screen, clarifying that the brain tracks motion relative to both eye and world coordinates and reconciles them on the fly. Beneath these behaviors, brain imaging and patient studies point to motion-sensitive regions like MTV5 and parietal hubs that assemble spatial stories from timing staggered inputs, while early visual areas contribute edge and contrast signals with their own delays. None of this yields a single clock ticked by one area, because perception's timekeeping is distributed. Different features take different routes and arrive at slightly different moments, and higher levels reconcile them using learned rules that favor continuity and usefulness over literal simultaneity. Why should you care beyond the lab? Because you make real decisions in milliseconds. Batters swing where the ball will be, drivers steer where a pedestrian is headed, gamers lead targets, surgeons align tools with moving tissue. Your brain's quiet prediction is why these feats are possible. Without it, you'd always be late. But the same mechanism can mislead when a brief, crucial transient marks the truth. A turn signal that blinks next to a moving car, a tiny flash on a medical display marking a heartbeat event, a short cue light on a machine beside a sliding arm. In such cases, designers can reduce errors by keeping motion minimal near time-critical flashes, by adding trailing markers that hold the event in place for a fraction of a second, or by pairing the flash with a brief motion of its own, so it enters the tracking pipeline rather than the slower transient lane. In media and interfaces, the effect explains why rapid-moving captions or progress indicators can appear ahead of status beacons, and why aligning sound beeps, which have their own timing advantages, with visual flashes makes events feel more present. In AR and VR, where motion of virtual objects must match head and hand movements, a few milliseconds of latency or a mismatch between continuous tracking and transient effects can exaggerate flash lag feelings and add to discomfort. Developers combat this with motion prediction for controllers, time warping for head pose, and careful use of flashy cues only when the scene is relatively static. You can feel the phenomenon in your own space with simple, safe tests. Load a rotating clock demo online and press a key to flash a marker near the moving second hand. Notice the moving hand feels ahead. Now repeat while intentionally focusing on the flash's expected location, and the lag often shrinks. Try a do-it-yourself version by sliding a pen across a desk at a steady speed, while a friend clicks a small LED on and off right beside it. At steady speeds, you'll feel the pen ahead. Have the pen stop exactly at the flash and watch your certainty wobble. A hint that your brain reconsidered the story once post-flash evidence contradicted the forecast. Finally, reverse direction right after the flash and notice how your at-the-moment perception bends toward what happened next. A humbling reminder that your awareness of now is a best-fit narrative, not a frame-by-frame log. Sports offer vivid stakes. A goalkeeper reading a strike relies on extrapolation. A split-second flash from a camera or scoreboard near the ball can bias the perceived alignment. Training that includes brief static markers at predicted intercept points can calibrate intuition, while reviewing plays with slowed video, where prediction is unnecessary, can mislead athletes unless coaches remind them that game speed perception uses different rules. In traffic, flashing turn arrows alongside moving vehicles should be tested at realistic speeds and contrasts, not just on static mock-ups, and audible clicks aligned with flashes can anchor timing more faithfully than visuals alone. There is also a cognitive echo of flash lag in how you judge unfolding events. People often feel a decision was obvious just before a sudden outcome, when in fact the brain integrated a sliver of post-event evidence before the feeling of certainty crystallized. The lesson isn't that memory is broken, but that certainty has a construction time, and respecting that in high-pressure work, by building tiny pauses for confirmation, can improve accuracy without sacrificing speed. If this makes you uneasy, are you always late, always guessing? Turn the question around. Everything alive deals with delays, and prediction is how nervous systems beat them. The price is a handful of illusions that show the scaffolding. The payoff is a world that feels continuous and actionable. The practical wisdom is to know when prediction helps, tracking continuous motion, and when it can hurt, judging a one-off flash near that motion. Then shape your environment accordingly. Minimize conflicting transients. Add redundant cues. Design for the way brains assemble time. Walk away with 3 habits. When timing matters next to motion, look twice, and, if possible, add a sound or vibration to mark the exact moment. When evaluating recordings of fast events, remember your on-field brain was predicting. Don't second-guess it from the comfort of a pause button. And when building tools, respect that now in perception is a polished slice of just now. Use prediction where needed. Anchor transients when truth matters, and you'll work with your brain's timing engine rather than against it, turning a quirk that once puzzled you into a principle you can deliberately apply. Impossible Trident perception. A fork that turns into 3 prongs at one end and 2 bars at the other shouldn't exist. Yet when you stare at the impossible Trident, also called the blivet or devil's tuning fork, your mind keeps trying to assemble a solid object from a drawing that refuses to add up. And the reason it grips you isn't that you're naive, it's that your visual system is brilliant at building 3D meaning out of 2D hints. So brilliant that it will privilege local coherence over global possibility, and only later realize the world it just built can't be real. What fools you isn't any single trick line but a conspiracy of cues. Along each prong, the edges and interior bars line up like planks of a real cylinder, The small gaps invite amidal completion. Your brain fills in hidden parts behind imaginary occluders. The parallel strokes suggest uniform thickness, and the T and Y junctions, where edges meet, mimic the signatures of occlusion and corners you've learned across a lifetime. So piece by piece, the drawing hands you plausible fragments of a rod, a gap, a rounded edge, a shadow, and your perceptual machinery dutifully locks each fragment to a sensible 3D cause. The trouble only erupts when you zoom out and try to weave those causes into a single object file, because the same middle bar that read as the interior of prong 1 must also be the interior of prong 2. A moment later, a topological tug-of-war your brain resolves by alternating allegiance, rather than by accepting impossibility, yielding that flicker where the figure seems to shift under your gaze. Under the hood, this is your depth from drawing engine doing exactly what you need in daily life. Inferring shape from contours using a handful of sturdy rules, smooth continuation of edges. If two lines nearly align, treat them as one bent edge. Ownership of borders. One surface owns an edge while the other continues behind it. Consistency of cross-sections. A rounded highlight implies a cylinder. A flat fill implies a plank. Perspective contraction. Parallel rails converge with distance. And the assumption of a single, rigid object, rather than a collage of unrelated fragments. The impossible Trident hijacks those rules locally. Every short run of contour makes sense, and denies them a global solution, leaving the 3D builder with no consistent volume to assign. If you doubt that local dominance drives the effect, trace the drawing with your finger. As you follow a single prong, it stays plausible right up until a junction where three truths need to meet, and that's where your certainty crumples. Variants of the Trident reveal what your brain weights most. Add tiny texture gradients or shading along each prong, and the sense of roundness strengthens, increasing your commitment to an object that cannot be. Break the connecting bars with explicit gaps, and the illusion weakens because you've removed the amidal completion the mind loves. Skew the figure to exaggerate perspective and you'll sometimes feel it pop into a slanted but still impossible pipe, evidence that your system will spend extra prediction budget to save 3D shape. When flat lines are ambiguous, swap the rounded prongs for rectangular beams and the impossibility becomes more apparent, because square cross-sections are harsher on the continuation rule and harder to reconcile at the treacherous middle bars. Neuroscience adds color without equations. Early visual areas respond to oriented edges and junctions, while mid-level regions in occipito-temporal cortex pass those into candidate surfaces. Parietal areas propose 3D arrangements consistent with action. Could this be grasped? And when the proposals contradict, activity patterns reveal conflict. Your brain trying, failing, and briefly oscillating among incompatible interpretations. That oscillation is a feature, not a bug. In real scenes, brief ambiguity, is that a handle or a shadow, is resolved by testing hypotheses quickly rather than freezing. And the Trident simply forces the system into a loop with no exit. The practical lessons are surprisingly broad. In technical drawing and CAD, local plausibility can still yield assemblies no machine can build. Design reviews benefit from stepping back to a global feasibility, pass where edges are traced from end to end and volumes are checked for continuous solids. In user interface icons and logos, echoing impossible geometry can create striking marks, but also introduce subtle confusion. If a pictogram must guide action, avoid edge ownership games that imply occlusion where none exists. In augmented reality, inconsistent occlusion rules, a virtual bar sometimes in front, sometimes behind, create micro-tridents that users experience as nausea or distrust. The fix is to give the renderer a single, stable depth order anchored to real scene geometry. In education, the figure is a perfect tool to teach how T-junctions signal occlusion, how Y-junctions hint at corners, and why your brain's default of one object can be tricked into two objects glued impossibly, turning a curiosity into a lesson in mid-level vision. You can test yourself with a trio of simple probes. First, cover the central bars with a strip of paper, leaving only the prong tips visible. The illusion collapses into harmless tubes, proving that the trouble lives at the junctions, not the ends. Second, slide a slim card vertically so that at any moment you see only one prong and its immediate neighbor. Each local view reads as sensible hardware, and your surprise as the card moves is the sensation of global constraints re-entering the scene. Third, redraw the figure with tiny mismatches. Make one connecting bar slightly offset, and watch how a hairline error evaporates the impossibility, showing how precise the alignment must be to keep your completion engine engaged. If you're tempted to wave it away, so what? It's just a drawing. Remember that daily vision leans on the same heuristics. When driving, painted road markings and shadows can briefly suggest raised edges that aren't there. In product photos, strategic edges and highlights can make a flat object look sculpted. In security, captures exploit similar junction ambiguities to be legible to humans, but confusing to rigid machine algorithms. And in forensic or design work, being able to articulate which junctions and continuations sell the lie will save you from costly misreads. There's a softer human lesson too. Your perception is not a cold measurement device, but a storyteller that prefers the most coherent plot consistent with the evidence. Most of the time that plot is true enough to grasp a cup, read a face, or walk down a stair. Sometimes the evidence is crafted to make a beautiful but impossible story, and your mind will admire it long enough to learn something about itself. The skill you can carry forward is to toggle deliberately between local and global checks. Ask, does this corner make sense up close? And then, can the whole thing exist if all corners are true? A habit that applies to drawings, arguments, and plans alike. When you finally set the Trident down, you haven't beaten the illusion so much as mapped it. Local rules that keep you alive can be turned against the whole. Global consistency keeps the world sane but needs time and perspective to assert itself. And you, living between speed and sanity, can choose to slow your look just long enough to see the join, the single place where an elegant lie is smuggled in, then smile at how skillfully your brain tried to make it work, and move on with a clearer eye for both pictures and promises. Shepard tones, endless climb. Imagine climbing a staircase that keeps turning a corner but never reaches the next floor. Your legs swear you're going up, yet you remain exactly where you started. And that is what your ears experience during a Shepard tone. An engineered sound that seems to rise forever without getting higher. An auditory Escher drawing built from physics and perception rather than ink. At its core, the trick is neither magic nor deception, but a clever orchestration of how you pass pitch. Take multiple tones separated by exact octaves, stack them so they sound together as one fused color, and shape their loudness with a smooth bell-like envelope across the range so that mid-range components are emphasized, while very low and very high components are faint. Now slide the whole stack upward in pitch at a steady pace, while crossfading the extremes, quietly fading out the highest component as it approaches the top of your hearing, and at the same time fading in a new low component 1 octave beneath the lowest you had. So the color of the sound stays constant even as the internal parts cycle, and your ear, which is extraordinarily good at recognizing patterns, but not at labeling absolute octaves, reports a continuous ascent with no ceiling. Reverse the process and the same sound falls forever. A sonic elevator shaft with no bottom. To understand why this works, it helps to split pitch into 2 qualities. The notes name, what musicians call chroma, C, C sharp, D, and so on, which wraps around in a circle every octave, and the notes height, how low or high the register feels, which runs on a line. In everyday listening, the 2 ride together. So climbing through the names also moves you upward in height. But a Shepard construction deliberately locks your attention onto the circular part, while muddying the linear part. The chroma keeps advancing in perfect order, promising progress, while the height signal is kept ambiguous by those crossfades that bleed off the top and inject a fresh bottom just in time. So your brain never accumulates evidence of approaching a limit. Psychoacoustically, several mechanisms conspire to seal the illusion. Tones an octave apart share many harmonically simple relationships and tend to fuse into a single percept when their loudness is balanced, especially if the mid-range dominates where your ears are most sensitive. Your auditory system also uses a short temporal window, on the order of a few tenths of a second, to integrate changes into a smooth motion, which means the handoff from a dying high component to a newborn low one happens inside the same moment, hiding the seam. And because you often judge upness by where the energy sits overall, a kind of spectral center of mass, a carefully shaped envelope can keep that center hovering in a sweet spot while the chroma treadmill keeps turning, biasing your interpretation toward a climb that never ages. There are flavors of the illusion. Discrete Shepard scales step through separate notes, so each click upward feels like a stair, while risette glissandi smear the movement into a continuous slide that buzzes like an engine forever revving. Complex, buzzy timbres with gentle filtering often strengthen the effect because they provide richer cues for fusion across octaves, whereas pure Sine-Waves can make you notice individual components and weaken the spell. Playback context matters too. Good headphones or well-placed speakers preserve the balance across frequencies, while small speakers that roll off bass can make the low re-entries too quiet and expose the loop. The same principle can be applied to rhythm and even to speed. You can build a beat that seems to accelerate endlessly by layering pulse trains and crossfading the extremes so the tempo keeps ramping while the meter cycles. Sound designers use related tricks to make vehicles feel like they're eternally gaining speed, or to give a creature's growl the sense of bearing down without ever arriving. And film composers lean on Shepard textures to trap you in a state of unresolved momentum. The screen might be showing a chase down a hallway, but your heart hears a staircase going nowhere and refuses to settle. Importantly, the effect doesn't rely on fooling your ear in a trivial way. It harnesses how your brain prefers a single coherent cause for changing patterns. If the notes keep marching upward in the chroma circle without any harsh edges, your auditory scene analysis decides this is one object in steady motion. And once that decision is made, it resists reconsideration because continuity usually wins in natural listening. That is also why abrupt edits can break the illusion. Cut the sound, and you break the belief in a single ongoing source, restart it, and the mind has to rebuild the story. You can explore and understand the machinery with small experiments that also teach practical audio literacy. Play a well-made Shepard gliss and then, using an equalizer, lower the mid-range. Notice the climb gets ghostly or falls apart, evidence that the midband anchors the percept. Now boost the bass and hear the injection of the lowest octave become too obvious, exposing the conveyor belt underneath. Switch to a version that descends and observe how your body interprets it differently. Some people feel a soft drop in the stomach, as if the ground is tilting, proof that vestibular expectations hook to sound when motion cues are steady. Finally, put the same file on tiny speakers and compare the experience to good headphones. You'll hear why context matters for illusions and for truthful listening alike. If you write or design with sound, there are guardrails. Shepard textures can raise tension, but living in endless ascent without relief quickly causes fatigue. Composers who deploy it well give you landings, moments where the climb resolves into a chord or drains into silence, so the nervous system can reset and the next climb regains its power. In user interfaces, endless rising effects make clever tutorials or alarms, but they can also mask the perception of true completion. Reserve them for moments where keep going is the message, and switch to unambiguous cues when a process actually finishes. In games and VR, pairing Shepard layers with motion that really advances can make the world feel faster than it is. But be cautious around people prone to motion sickness, because the ear's insistence on eternal change without a matching visual acceleration can seed discomfort. Philosophically, the Shepard tone is a kind teacher. It shows you that hearing is not a tape recorder, but a dynamic inference machine that privileges patterns over absolutes. Most of the time, that's the right choice. Voices and instruments change continuously, and you need to grasp intent, not measure millimeters of frequency. But sometimes, the same machinery makes a beautiful loop out of what is, mechanically, a treadmill. And if you know the recipe, you can recognize when a sound is spiraling in place and choose whether to enjoy the dizziness or step off. The next time a score surrounds you with a climb that never peaks, you'll understand that there is no top to reach, only a circle expertly wrapped to masquerade as a ladder. And with that knowledge, you gain two things at once: a deeper respect for how your brain weaves time into meaning, and a practical craft you can use. Reset the spectrum, change the envelope, add a real resolution whenever you want sound to carry you somewhere new rather than keep you suspended on a staircase of air. Ames room warps. A doorway that turns children into giants and adults into elves shouldn't exist in a sane building. Yet step to the peephole of an Ames room and you watch two people trade sizes as they walk from one corner to the other. Not because their bodies change, but because the room lies to your distance system so convincingly that your brain rescales them to fit the story. And this is the heart of Ames room warps. A carefully engineered mismatch between what your eyes expect and what the geometry actually is, forcing your perception to pick shape or size, and for a crucial moment, choose wrong. The setup looks innocent through the viewing hole. A tidy, rectangular room with a level floor, a straight ceiling and square windows marching along the walls. But behind the facade, the floor is steeply sloped. The ceiling drops like a trapdoor toward one side. The back wall is a wonky trapezoid, and every square window is a lopsided quadrilateral, stretched to fake right angles from your single vantage point. That vantage is everything. Look with both eyes or move your head freely and the illusion leaks, because stereoscopic disparity and motion parallax would reveal that the far, small corner is actually much farther away and lower than the near giant corner. But force yourself to a peephole that freezes viewpoint and kills binocular depth, and the brain falls back on the rules that usually serve you. Corridors are rectangular, floors are level, parallel lines meet at a horizon. Tiles keep equal size with distance, shrinking them smoothly. The Ames design weaponizes those rules with ruthless kindness. The checkerboard floor uses stretched tiles so that the texture gradient, the shrinking pattern with distance, looks exactly like a normal room. The wall features are painted at sizes that counteract the real slant, so your perspective cues say flat back wall, not skewed sheet of plywood. Even the lighting is picked to erase shadows that would betray the slope. Give your brain this bundle of rectangular room cues, and it does what it always does to keep the world stable. It assumes the space, then uses that assumed distance to compute object size, which is why a person in the far corner, actually meters farther away, is scaled up in your mind to match a standard room distance and feels like a looming giant, while the near corner person is scaled down into a tiny figure. Both resized not by trickery of their bodies, but by a relabeling of the space they inhabit. What makes Ames rooms uniquely instructive is that they separate two constancies we rely on every second, shape constancy and size constancy, and force a temporary divorce. Your brain normally keeps shapes stable despite weird angles. A door looks rectangular whether it's half open or flat, and it keeps size stable despite changing distance. A friend doesn't shrink when they walk away. But when the geometry insists on a rectangular room while the light actually traces a trapezoid, the system spends its constancy budget on the room and steals it from the people. The building stays right, so the bodies must change. You can feel how delicately the illusion rides on constraints by breaking them one at a time. Open the peephole into a window and let your head drift sideways. Parallax will scream that the back wall slides relative to the front and the spell will crack. Let both eyes peek and tiny binocular differences will reveal that one corner is truly farther away. Place a level in the room. Architects sometimes sneak one for demonstrations. And watch your trust wobble as the bubble on level contradicts the floor your eyes insist is flat. Even better, bring a smartphone with a LiDAR scanner or an AR measuring app into an Ames room that allows entry. The point cloud will map the true trapezoid while your awareness still feels a rectangle, a modern replay of why the illusion was invented, to teach the difference between measurement and appearance. Filmmakers and game designers have built careers on the same forced perspective. The towering giants of fantasy often share sets with hobbits on wedges and platforms, with carefully sculpted props of different sizes and lenses positioned to a single nodal point, so the audience's distance assumptions remain locked. Theme parks stretch hallways and scale lanterns to make spaces feel endless or cozy. Museum exhibits use an Ames corner to snap children into giggle shock and then into understanding, because when the guide lets them step inside and across the room, their proprioception, the sense of where their body is, clashes with what the peephole insisted was true, and that conflict becomes a lesson they'll remember longer than any paragraph. There are practical guardrails in the real world, too. Whenever you judge size by photograph or video, ask whether you're at a single, constrained vantage and whether any reference features might be counterfeit. False converging lines, stretched textures, or cunningly placed horizons can inflate product scale or make a crowd look denser than it is. In architecture renders, beware hero shots taken from a point that hides sloped floors or tapered walls. Good firms now publish multiple viewpoints and include human figures with known heights standing at different depths to anchor scale honestly. In interface design, a visual room isn't literal, but similar distortions crop up when gradients, shadows, and perspective icons imply depth that can mislead selection or reading order. A tiny peephole in the mind that makes you misjudge which control is nearer or larger in importance. If you want to build intuition at home, you can craft a gentle Ames cousin with cardboard. Cut a room whose back wall slants and whose floor tilts, then draw a checker pattern that narrows faster on one side. Set your phone camera at a fixed hole and place two identical toys into the opposite corners. Record how one grows and the other shrinks as they trade places. Now tilt the camera a few centimeters or swap to a wide lens and watch the effect change. A hands-on way to learn how lens choice and viewpoint police your depth assumptions. Neuroscience doesn't need heavy math to tell you why this works. Monocular depth cues, linear perspective, texture gradient, relative height in the field are processed early and integrated with your knowledge of rooms to form a best guess of layout before conscious access. And that pre-commitment cascades forward. Once space is labeled, size judgments piggyback. Flipping it is hard because rectangular room is a powerful prior forged by thousands of days in real rectangular rooms. Rather than treating that prior as a weakness, the wiser takeaway is to learn when to let it lead and when to pause it. Priors speed up life. Your brain would be paralyzed without them. But when you smell design, staging, or a single narrow viewpoint, add a second check. Move your head if you can. Get a side angle or place a neutral ruler in the scene. The difference between being charmed and being fooled often lives in that extra 5 seconds of changing vantage. And there's a final humane use for the Ames lesson. It's a kind way to show students that disagreement between appearance and reality is not a moral failure of perception, but a predictable outcome when the world is arranged against your assumptions. Most of the time, those assumptions are correct, saving you thought and time. Occasionally, a room is a trapezoid wearing a rectangle's clothes. And when you know that costume exists, you step closer, look from another angle, and let your perception update. Leaving the exhibit not with cynicism, but with a new habit. Trust the speed of your first story. Then grant yourself one more look for the truth that lives just outside the peephole. Sine-Wave speech, comprehension, switch, a thin, whistling chorus drifts from the speaker, pure tones sliding and crossing like 3 glass flutes, and your brain dismisses it as electronic birdsong until someone hands you a sentence and says, "It's speech. Listen again," and a switch flips. The same tones suddenly snap into words so clear you wonder how you ever missed them. An irreversible click called Sine-Wave speech, where comprehension appears not because the signal changed, but because you did. What you're hearing is speech stripped to its moving skeleton. 3 or 4 simple tones tracing the shifting resonances your vocal tract normally paints across a richer sound, yet those bare trajectories carry enough structure that once your system decides this is language, it recruits the entire speech apparatus. Segmentation, phoneme categories, lexical candidates, even rhythm expectations, and the whistles transform into sentences. The science is refreshingly concrete. Ordinary speech contains many ingredients: pitch, harmonics, noise bursts, breath, consonant clicks. But your brain relies most on slow, smooth sweeps in energy at a few frequency bands that reflect mouth and tongue shapes. Sine-Wave speech ditches the rest and keeps just those bands as moving tones, preserving timing and contour while discarding timbre, and before you know what it is, your auditory scene analysis files it under non-speech, like alarms or musical slides so words fail to form. The moment you are cued by a written transcript, by hearing the original recording first, or simply by being told, "This is a person talking," the brain reassigns the sound to the speech pathway, and recognition blooms, often permanently for that clip. Play it again a week later, and you still can't unhear the words. This cueing effect reveals how perception is conditional rather than passive. Your ears deliver the same vibrations either way, but higher systems decide which model to apply, much like flipping a mental lens from noise tracking to phoneme tracking, and experiments show the consequences ripple through timing. The first time you hear unprimed sine wave speech, reaction times and accuracy are poor. Give a hint and they jump. Image the brain and you see superior temporal regions, areas tuned for speech dynamics, light up more strongly post-cue, while the areas that monitor generic tones quiet down as if the auditorium changed shows. Several levers shape the switch. Language familiarity matters. You catch sine wave English faster than sine wave Mandarin if you grew up with English, because your brain carries learned maps of likely sound patterns and syllable rhythms. Children show a remarkable capacity to discover the trick with minimal prompting, which fits how they treat speech as a special category early on. Attention matters too. If you're busy and told, "These are beeps," you can listen for minutes and never find words. But slow your breathing, decide to hunt for syllables, and within seconds the phrases emerge. Proof that intention tunes filters before the first phoneme arrives. Context helps enormously. A coherent sentence snaps on more readily than isolated syllables because your brain can test hypotheses across multiple words, and once a few anchors land, the rest lock by expectation. Importantly, this is not placebo. When people report understanding, they can transcribe content and answer questions. The learning generalizes to new sentences in the same synthetic style, showing your system has updated its category boundary rather than memorized a clip. Practical lessons follow quickly. In education, demonstrating sine-wave speech is a powerful way to show students why clear expectations and minimal captions can turbocharge comprehension in challenging audio. The brain wants a plausible story to bind fragments. In clinical settings, speech and noise training sometimes exploits similar cues, teaching listeners to treat degraded input as language rather than as random sound. A mindset shift that unlocks performance before any hardware changes. In interface and product design, the phenomenon warns that users may miss critical spoken prompts that are too tone-like or over-processed without a "this is speech" context. Their brains may file them as alerts, not words. So pairing the first few uses with on-screen captions or natural timbre can seed the right category. In security and forensics, the risk cuts the other way. Once a transcript is suggested, people hear it vividly even in ambiguous audio. So confirmatory bias balloons. Best practice is to blind transcribers to each other's guesses and to present multiple hypotheses, because the first label you see can become the only thing you ever hear. You can feel the mechanics yourself with a quick exercise that doubles as a life skill. Take a sine-wave sentence. Listen with no hint. It's nonsense. Now read the sentence and replay. The words bloom. Wait a minute and cover the text. Still words. Try a different language's sine-wave clip and watch comprehension collapse. A clean demonstration that your switch depends on a learned code. Then, return to the first clip after a day. Your brain retained the category, showing that even brief, successful parsing leaves a durable trace. One of the most surprising side effects is how understanding recolors earlier memory. After the switch, people insist the clip became clearer, but when you measure the waveform, it didn't change. What changed was the model used to interpret it. And once the model fits, perception feels richer. A reminder that clarity is not purely a property of the signal, but of the match between signal and expectation. That same principle explains misheard song lyrics. Provide a suggestive caption, and the mush resolves into the offered words. An uncontrolled cousin of the sine wave lesson, that urges caution when crowds share definitive lines from noisy recordings online. If you build or study audio technology, the effect reveals where compression can go right or wrong. Preserve the slow spectral contours, and listeners can reconstruct speech from surprisingly sparse data, but smear those contours while keeping pretty harmonics and intelligibility tanks. It's why some vocoders sound understandable. Despite robotic timbre, they respect the moving formants, and why heavy auto-tune that flattens those movements can make speaking voices feel oddly lifeless even when every note is in pitch. For everyday life, carry 3 gentle practices from this. First, when a message sounds like nonsense, ask whether you're in the wrong category. Switch your mind from noise to language by looking at lips, a keyword or a transcript, then listen again. Second, beware of the opposite trap. Once someone seeds a meaning in ambiguous sound, your certainty will outstrip the evidence. Pause before you pass it on. Third, if you need others to understand degraded audio, prime them. One printed line, a preview in natural voice, or a few keywords can unlock comprehension for the whole clip. At a deeper level, Sine-Wave speech is a friendly mirror. It shows you your hearing is not a tape head, but a hypothesis engine. Patient, predictive, hungry for patterns, and that its swift kindness can be steered by a nudge of context. Most days, that kindness is your ally, letting you follow a friend's voice through wind and traffic. Sometimes it needs help, and the help is simple. Offer a clue, set an intention, choose the right lens. Then the whistles become words. The static becomes a message, and you discover that understanding often begins not with changing the world, but with changing which story your brain allows the world to tell. Inattentional blindness. You can stare straight at a thing and never truly see it. Not because your eyes failed, but because your mind was busy doing exactly what you asked of it. And that is the unsettling grace of inattentional blindness. When you lock attention onto a goal, count the passes, read the gauges, find the keyword, your brain filters the scene so efficiently that uninvited events can vanish in full view. You don't notice the person crossing the stage in a costume, the new icon on a crowded dashboard, the suitcase left by a chair, the deer at the edge of the road, because perception starts with selection, not with a perfect feed. And the selection is only as broad as your task allows. In the lab, this shows up when people track a demanding target and miss a conspicuous intruder strolling through the action. In the kitchen, it happens when you hunt for salt and overlook it on the shelf, because you pictured a tall cylinder, and today it lives in a small jar. On the ward, it appears when a nurse reviews vitals for a known risk and doesn't register an unexpected but important pattern because it wasn't part of the active checklist. What ties all of these together is not laziness, but a design principle. Attention is a spotlight you can aim or widen, and the brighter you make it on one thing, the dimmer everything else becomes. Several levers decide who gets in and who disappears. Expectation is the first. What you prime your mind to find shapes the filters it builds. Tell yourself, look for white shirts and black-clad figures become shadows. Visualize a word and your system hunts its letters, casting other fonts into noise. Perceptual load matters too. The more crowded or complex the task, the narrower the gate. Under high load, even large, high-contrast surprises can drift by unnoticed, while under light load, smaller irregularities have a chance. Salience helps, but only if it aligns with your current set. A bright red shape won't pierce the filter if your task locks you onto motion and numbers. On the other hand, a faint movement near your task's locus can capture you because it speaks the dialect your attention is already using. Expertise cuts both ways. Practiced radiologists, drivers, gamers, and analysts often carry richer templates that flag meaningful anomalies without extra effort. But expertise also brings strong expectations that can blind you to rare, off-template events. You see what should be there and edit out the rest. Even the body's state nudges the gate. Fatigue shrinks the margin for noticing. Stress channels attention into a tunnel, and a mild, steady arousal often works best. Like a dimmer switch set to clarity rather than alarm. You can watch your own filters at work with simple, revealing exercises. Set a timer for 2 minutes. Read a dense passage while a muted video plays in the corner. And at the end, list what was in the video. You'll be surprised by how little stuck unless it matched a word or rhythm in your reading. Or walk a familiar route and decide in advance to count every blue object. You'll catch dozens you've never seen before while missing a bright poster in yellow that would normally pop. Then reverse the game and attend to faces rather than colors. And your world reorganizes itself around eyes and expressions. Each swap is proof that perception is not a single stream, but a negotiated feed assembled to satisfy the current story. The risks are real in the world of action. On construction sites, workers focusing on alignment can step into the path of a silent vehicle. In air traffic control, an operator locked onto one plane's conflict can fail to flag a new, distant track that needs early attention. In software dashboards, a small, out-of-family alert on a complex graph can be missed for minutes that matter. In medicine, when a team tracks one deteriorating sign, a separate abnormality can hide in plain sight. Not because it lacked color or bold font, but because attention itself had a narrow contract. The fixes are not heroic acts of will, but practical designs and habits that cooperate with a human attentional system doing its job. If you design interfaces, pair unexpected, high-priority events with a cue that matches the user's active channel, motion if they're scanning static numbers, a brief tone if their eyes are locked, an on-object animation if they're following a path. Place critical alerts near the locus of current work rather than at the edge of the display. Avoid novelty for its own sake in dense views, because different competes with important, and the brain learns to ignore glitter that rarely matters. If you write procedures, insert small attention resets. A 1-second pause after a subtask to scan for anything out of place. A finger trace across the work area to widen the spotlight. A call and response in Teams. Anything unexpected that legitimizes looking up from the plan and widens the collective gaze. If you drive or cycle, practice micro sweeps at natural breakpoints. After a turn, at a green light, after a lane change. A 2-beat scan left, center, right, then mirrors, catches the hazards your goal-directed gaze would otherwise edit out. If you teach or lead meetings, ask participants to look for a specific counterexample before locking in a conclusion. This doesn't slow the group so much as it enlarges what can be noticed. And the cost is seconds compared to the cost of overlooking a crucial detail. The mind's workloads are trainable. Mindfulness exercises that emphasize broad, non-judgmental noticing can temporarily widen the window. Search training that uses gradually increasing distractor sets can improve the ability to hold a template while staying open to anomalies. Even small language tweaks matter. Replacing find X with scan for X and anything unusual primes a broader net without flooding attention. But there are boundaries, and humility protects you against magical thinking. You cannot be on for everything. When you intensify focus, you will miss unrelated events. The only rational response is to design environments and habits that either remove the need to notice the anomaly, automate it, relocate the anomaly to the center of the spotlight, co-locate it, or add a redundant cue in another sense. Hear what you cannot see. A reassuring counterpoint. Inattentional blindness is not constant blindness. Shift the task, change the question, and the invisible becomes obvious in a heartbeat. The same system that edited a person out of a scene will gladly include them when the goal broadens to who is here, and that flexibility is your ally. Carry 3 habits forward. First, declare your task to yourself in a sentence that includes and scan for. You'll feel your gaze change shape. Second, when the stakes are high, schedule micro-checks that deliberately contrast with your main goal. If you're reading values, look for movement. If you're tracking movement, look for a still thing out of place. Third, forgive misses that flow from the structure of attention, but learn from their conditions. What were you looking for? Where did your eyes sit? How heavy was the load? And redesign the next moment accordingly. In the end, this isn't a story about the untrustworthiness of your senses. It's about their loyalty to your intentions. Tell them only this, and they'll protect you from distraction so fiercely that other truths disappear. Tell them this, and a little room for the unexpected, and more of the world finds a way in, giving you clarity when it counts, and a wider kindness toward the parts of reality that don't announce themselves until you make a little space. Illusory contours. A triangle can glow on a blank page even when no triangle has been drawn, and the first time you notice it, the clean, bright wedge floating between three Pac-Man shapes and a few clipped bars. You learn that your eyes don't just register lines. They manufacture borders when the scene strongly hints that a surface should exist. And this is the quiet marvel of illusory contours. Your brain promotes absence to presence when that promotion makes the world simpler and more explainable in a single glance. Look closely at the classic Knizia figure, and you'll feel two things at once: an edge as crisp as if it were inked, and a gentle wash of extra lightness inside the phantom shape. And both are constructed by rules that keep you fast in ordinary life, where leaves overlap and railings hide behind pillars, and you still need to know which surfaces are whole. Start with the ingredients your visual system loves: partial corners that are aimed toward each other, small gaps aligned so that a smooth path could connect them, and a layout that would produce a familiar object if only the occluding pieces weren't in the way. From these hints, your mid-level vision does three jobs in a breath. It groups the inducers, those nibbling discs and clipped bars, as belonging to a single hidden cause. It assigns ownership of the shared borders to the best candidate surface, and it fills in that surface with a plausible contour. The result is a perceived edge with orientation and position you can point to with confidence, even though no pigment runs there, and a perceived figure that slightly brightens or darkens relative to the background as your system decides what material it might be. This isn't a parlor quirk, but a tuned solution to everyday occlusion. Most of your world is partly hidden by something else, so the visual system treats continuity, smooth connection, and closure as strong votes that a surface exists across gaps. When those votes line up, a modal completion occurs. You see the surface itself, not just infer it, with a phantom boundary that can mask textures behind it and guide your hand as if it were real. Under the hood, neurons that care about edges, especially in areas just beyond the first cortical relay, respond to these ghost lines as if they were drawn, but with a tiny delay and weaker strength compared to real contours, a biological signature of constructed but convincing. Connections that run sideways across the cortex help spread the decision, recruiting neighboring detectors, so the implied border straightens and becomes shareable by many cells, which is why the triangle feels steady rather than shimmering. The effect has rules you can test to understand your own seeing. Rotate the mouths of the Pac-Man shapes so they no longer point toward a common figure and the triangle evaporates. Space the inducers too far apart or misalign the clipped bars and the illusion thins, because good continuation, edges wanting to meet smoothly, is the spine of the percept. Reverse contrast so the discs are light on a dark field and the triangle still appears, teaching you that the system is tracking geometry more than paint. Add gentle noise across the page, and you'll discover that the phantom holds up surprisingly well. Evidence that your brain prefers a single neat explanation over a busy patchwork, even in clutter. There are cousins worth meeting because they reveal extra levers, outline the same arrangement with faint colored lines, and you can get neon color spreading, where the hue seems to seep across the illusory surface while stopping at the phantom border, proof that both boundary making and surface filling in cooperate. Bend the implied edges just a bit, and the triangle becomes a curvy wedge, showing that completion isn't limited to straight segments, but follows the most economical path that keeps curvature smooth. Place the figure near real textures, and you may notice that patterns inside the phantom area appear slightly muted, as if the invisible surface sits in front. Your system has provisionally layered the scene and assigned depth. Far from being academic, these mechanisms shape design and decision every day. Logos and icons that rely on missing strokes stay legible because your brain happily seals the gaps. Data graphics can suggest groups with faint brackets or dotted cues, and your mind will honor the boundary, sometimes too much. Be cautious when a chart implies categories that the numbers don't justify. Cartographers use implied edges to guide the eye along borders without thick lines, balancing cleanliness with clarity. Camouflage in nature and in uniforms fights these same rules by breaking continuations and scattering misleading corners so that no stable illusory figure can form. Photographers compose with negative space, letting your completion machinery draw the subject stronger than any outline could. If you want practical control over when to trust or question an invisible edge, adopt 3 habits. First, when a boundary guides a choice, where to click, where to cut, where to step, ask whether you can trace actual contrast along its length, or whether you're relying on implication. If it's implication, slow down and seek a confirming cue like a real line, a depth change, or a label. Second, when communicating, decide on purpose whether to invite completion, to keep visuals light, or to block it, to prevent people from seeing shapes that aren't there, by adjusting alignment and spacing. Third, train your noticing with quick drills. Glance at a Canizza triangle, then avert your eyes and sketch where the phantom felt strongest. Repeat while you slightly misalign one inducer, and you'll feel vividly how small geometry changes yank the percept from solid to uncertain, a sensitivity that transfers to reading plans, interpreting X-rays, and inspecting assemblies where gaps can mean either design or defect. There's also a gentle cognitive echo to carry into conversation and judgment. The same mind that draws a crisp border from hints will draw boundaries in ideas from partial cues. 3 aligned anecdotes become a trend. A few shared phrases suggest a single cause, so cultivate a second look that asks, what real edges support this shape? The answer may confirm your first read, or it may reveal that persuasive inducers were arranged to make you see a figure that the evidence can't sustain. None of this means you should distrust your senses. It means you should appreciate their gift. They deliver a clean, usable world by preferring good stories that fit the fragments at hand. Most of the time, that gift is exactly what you need. A hole cut behind a hand, a sidewalk continuing under a parked car. Sometimes the world, or a clever image, arranges fragments to summon a form from nothing, and then your best move is simple. Acknowledge the triangle you so clearly see, and then trace the ink that isn't there. In that small act, you honor both sides of perception, the swift kindness that completes and the deliberate check that protects. And you leave the page a little wiser about the borders you feel and the evidence that truly draws them. Bent pencil in water. You lower a pencil into a glass, and as the surface kisses the wood, the shaft seems to snap. 2 straight pieces misaligned like a clumsy magic trick. And the instinct to laugh at your eyes fades when you realize this is your first lesson in how light changes its mind at boundaries. What you see is not a broken pencil but a broken path. Because rays that travel straight in air bend when they enter water, and your brain, which assumes light moves in straight lines, backtracks those bent rays to the wrong spot and paints an offset continuation in your mind. Refraction is the name for this bending. And it happens because light moves at different speeds in different transparent materials, slower in water and glass than in air. So when a ray hits the surface at a slant, the part that enters first lags, like a runner whose left foot hits mud before the right, and the whole direction pivots. Your visual system doesn't compute the true kinked route. It solves the easier problem it usually wins with. Extend the line you receive backward until it meets a plausible object, which is why the underwater half of the pencil looks shifted upward and sideways, and why a coin at the bottom of a bowl seems to rise when you pour in water, even though it hasn't budged a millimeter. If you lean in, the effect strengthens or weakens with angle because the bend depends on how oblique your view is. Looking straight down, the rays hit almost head-on and there's little deviation, but glance from the side and the surface acts like a gentle prism, lifting the apparent depth so the pencil looks shallower and disjointed. The same rule explains why a pool bottom appears closer than it is, why your hand in a bathtub looks oddly foreshortened, and why spearfishers must aim below what they see. The fish sits deeper than the light straight line story suggests. Curved boundaries complicate things in predictable ways. A round glass of water bulges the view as if it were a crude lens, magnifying or squeezing parts of the scene because rays cross the curved surface at different angles, while flat aquarium panels mostly shift positions without much magnification, though thickness and viewing angle still create a small sideways jump called lateral displacement, that makes straight objects seen through the pane fail to line up with those seen outside it. Once you notice bending at one boundary, you'll spot its signatures everywhere. The shimmer above hot asphalt is not a liquid mirage but layered air at different temperatures bending rays so the road reflects the sky like a false puddle. The sparkle on a lake at sunset is a million tiny wave slopes throwing sunlight toward your eye at just the right angles. The rainbow edge on a cut glass vase is dispersion. The bend amount depends slightly on color, so reds and blues part as they pass through, leaving a fan of hues. Underwater photographers battle all of this with domed ports that restore rays to their expected angles before they hit the camera, while scuba masks create their own illusions by inserting an air layer in front of your eyes, making everything look larger and closer, useful for detail, misleading for distance. You don't need equations to reason your way through the pencil trick, only a few working principles. Light favors the straightest path through uniform stuff. But at a boundary, it chooses the path that spends less time in the slow medium. And the more oblique the entry, the more it pays to bend. Your brain, lacking a time-of-flight meter, assumes there was no bend and backtracks a straight ray, placing objects along apparent lines rather than real ones. The surface itself is the co-conspirator. Tilt it, ripple it, curve it, and the outgoing directions change, so your reconstructions change. Because you never see the path, only the direction of arrival. Your perception is always a reconstruction, and refraction is a tidy way to catch that reconstruction in the act. There are practical consequences that move from glassware to safety and craft. When driving on wet nights, the road's reflective film sends bent and bounced rays at unfamiliar angles, so slow down not just because of traction, but because your estimates of depth and position are being quietly edited. When placing labels behind shop windows, keep them perpendicular to viewers to avoid the jump that makes prices seem off by a sliver. When measuring liquid levels in a lab or kitchen, read at eye height and mind the meniscus. Curved surfaces bend rays differently at top and bottom, so a low or high gaze biases the apparent line. In design and architecture, water features and glass walls can be used to soften edges and nudge sightlines with controlled refraction. While in optics and communications the same principle, pushed to its extreme, guides light smoothly down glass fibers, turning bends into obedient pathways rather than defects. You can give yourself a tactile lesson with 3 small experiments. First, place a straw in a clear mug and draw a fine line on paper behind the mug so it runs through the straw. Slide the paper slowly and watch the line break and rejoin as different parts pass through air, glass, and water. Each interface edits the direction a bit, adding up to the visual kink. Second, put a coin in a dry bowl you can't see from your current angle. Then pour in water without moving your head. The coin pops into view not because its light grew brighter, but because refraction changed trajectories into your eyes. Third, take the pencil and rotate it so you view it more head-on, then from a steeper slant, and feel how the gap widens and narrows with angle, teaching you why shallow shorelines seem to lift rocks and why a stick in a stream looks bent most dramatically when viewed from the bank. If you build or choose tools, there are gentle rules of thumb. Prefer flat glass when you care about alignment. Accept curved surfaces when you want pleasing magnification. Expect color fringing in cheap lenses where different hues bend unequally, and fix it with better shapes or coatings. If you communicate with images, remember that a camera compresses 3-dimensional refraction into a 2-dimensional picture. Viewers will misread size and depth unless you add context or captions that explain the role of water, glass, or heat. Philosophically, the bent pencil is an antidote to both cynicism and naivete. It proves your senses are not flawed. They are doing the best possible job with the rays that arrive, while also reminding you that what you see is a negotiation with the world's materials. Change the medium, change the path, change the story your brain can tell, so the next time a straw looks snapped in a drink or the pool bottom seems to leap up to your feet, pause for a beat to picture the rays curving like runners hitting sand. Then adjust your aim, your expectation, or your design. You'll walk away with a steadier eye, kinder to the shortcuts that usually serve you, sharper about the moments when water, glass, and hot air quietly bend reality and your mind just enough to feel like a trick. Wagon-Wheel Reversal. You've seen it in old westerns and on your own phone. A wheel speeds up and then impossibly stalls, creeps, or even spins backward while the carriage still surges forward. And the jolt you feel isn't a glitch in the world, but a reveal about how motion is measured in slices. Wagon-wheel reversal happens whenever a rotating pattern is sampled in steps, by a movie camera, a smartphone sensor, a street lamp's flicker, or even your own visual rhythms, so that each new sample catches the spokes in nearly the same position as last time, tricking your brain into stitching those samples into the wrong direction of travel. Start with film, because it's the friendliest teacher. Cinema shows you 24 still frames each second, and a rotating wheel presents repeating features, the spokes, at regular angles. If, between one frame and the next, the spoke has advanced almost a full interval, but not quite, it will land just behind its previous spot on screen, and frame by frame you'll see it inch backward, even though the real wheel never reversed. Nudge the speed a little faster, and the spoke will overshoot, now appearing to creep forward again. And at certain sweet spots, the spokes line up exactly from sample to sample, so the wheel looks frozen in mid-spin as the wagon rolls, a perfect, eerie standstill produced by a perfect match between rotation and sampling. Cameras accentuate the effect with settings few viewers think about. A shutter angle, how long each frame gathers light, determines how much blur softens the spokes. More blur smears the evidence and reduces the illusion, while crisp, short exposures keep spokes sharp, making aliasing, this false identity of motion, louder. Rolling shutters on many phones add their own twist by reading the image from top to bottom rather than all at once. So different rows see slightly different phases of the spin and curved. Slanted spokes appear that no real wheel would ever grow. The world outside the camera can be just as stroboscopic. Many LEDs and some fluorescents flicker with the mains power, or with their own drivers. You don't consciously see the flicker as separate flashes, but it can function like a hidden strobe on rotating fans, blender blades, and bike wheels, freezing or reversing them in your gaze on certain evenings. While at noon, sunlight they behave normally, drivers sometimes spot a roadside sign's tiny LED clusters crawling when they're actually static. The rolling sampling of the eye against a pulsed light makes them walk, and cyclists notice that a reflective spoke kit under street lamps looks steady, while under a steady beam it blurs into a proper circle. The strange part is that you can perceive reversal even without visible flicker or cameras. In dim light or peripheral vision, some observers report backward spin for fast rotors under constant illumination, and researchers point to how the visual system itself handles time. Your brain doesn't read out the world in an infinitely smooth stream. It integrates over short windows, and may have intrinsic rhythms in the range of a few cycles per second that discretize motion just enough to create conditions similar to a low-level strobe. Add saccades, those rapid jumps your eyes make several times a second, and you have a natural sampler that can momentarily sync with the wheel's repeating pattern, giving you the same wrong reconstruction that film makes blatant. The shared principle is simple without formulas. Whenever a pattern repeats and you observe it in steps, identity can be ambiguous. You need enough change from one snapshot to the next to decide the true direction. Too little change and you see a freeze. Just enough but the short way around and you see a reversal. More change and direction locks again. Musicians know this as a pitch that folds into the wrong note when recorded badly. And photographers know it as stripes that shimmer on screen though they sit still on fabric. There are consequences worth caring about beyond the fun party fact. In safety, technicians verifying which way a small impeller is spinning should not rely on bare eyes under workshop lighting. Mark one blade with a unique dot, use steady illumination, or check with a tachometer. In labs, scanning fans can appear stationary and tempt fingers. Never trust a standstill look around strobed or pulsed light. In maintenance, use a paint stripe or alternating tape widths, so that even at matched sampling, you preserve a unique pattern that cannot align frame to frame. In media, if you hate the backward spoke look, raise your frame rate or lengthen exposure slightly to introduce blur, which converts crisp aliasing into honest smear. Prop masters often add more spokes or asymmetry to avoid near-periodic repeats that invite reversals. Sports broadcasters hop between shutter settings, as stadium LEDs can create beat patterns with camera timing, making balls and scoreboard animations judder. Tuning the camera to the venue's lighting frequency tamps the effect. Your phone grants you hands-on experiments that also teach you how to manage the illusion in real life. Record a box fan under a desk lamp and slide your frame rate in your camera app. 30, 60, 120 frames per second if available. Watch the blades freeze, reverse and restore as you change either the sampling or the speed. Step outdoors in sunlight and repeat. The steady light will reduce reversals unless your shutter is very short. Then point your phone at a bike wheel and slowly increase speed while you count aloud. Notice how certain speeds create clean backward crawls, exactly the ones where advance per sample is just under 1 spoke. Tilt the phone slightly and see rolling shutter distortions bend the spokes into improbable S-curves, a reminder that sensors write time into space with their scan. If you design interfaces or art, you can harness wagon-wheel logic for effect. Stage lights that pulse just under a drummer's stick speed make impossible arcs that intensify a performance. Kinetic sculptures with alternating bar lengths dodge static lockups and stay visibly alive under all lighting. Science centers demonstrate sampling by letting visitors spin patterned discs while a controllable strobe steps through frequencies, turning a blur into stepping stones that walk backward at the turn of a dial. Even everyday perception picks up tips from this illusion. When video of a fast event looks suspicious, helicopter rotors reversing, propellers forming stationary stars, ask whether camera settings or lighting frequencies are to blame before inferring physics. When a machine seems off because a belt looks still, change the light or your viewing angle. Or listen, a steady whir tells the true direction even when samples lie. When teaching or presenting, show the illusion first to wake curiosity. Then resolve it by altering a single parameter. Add blur, raise the frame rate, change the lamp, and your audience learns not merely the fact of aliasing, but the method for taming it. And there's a softer closing truth worth carrying. Wagon-wheel reversal doesn't mean your senses are untrustworthy. It means they are principled, building motion from snapshots, as all systems must. And that context decides whether those principles help or mislead. Give your eyes and cameras enough change per step. Avoid perfectly repeating patterns near the edge of detectability, and the world flows the right way again. Forget those constraints, and a wheel will cheerfully climb backward up a road while the wagon rolls on. A playful reminder that time, for perceivers, is not continuous. It is edited, framed, and then believed. Temporal order confusions. Time can wobble in your hands like a loose compass. Two events that happened in one order can feel as if they swapped places. And the shock isn't that your memory is weak, but that your brain builds before and after by stitching brief slices of experience into a single, useful stream. Psychologists call these slips temporal order confusions, and they show up whenever signals arrive close together, compete across senses, or pass through attention bottlenecks that must decide which moment gets to be first. Start with the quiet architecture. Your nervous system doesn't deliver a film of reality frame perfect to awareness. It integrates over small windows, tens to a couple hundred milliseconds, so that faint, noisy, or delayed inputs can be averaged and interpreted. Within that window, the system evaluates what likely caused what, and then writes a narrative you experience as continuous time. Because the senses have different speeds and pathways, this reconstruction is biased. Audition is quick at registering onsets. Touch sits in the middle, with added travel time from the body, and vision often takes longer to stabilize a conscious, there it is judgment. Yet you normally feel the world synchronized because your brain compensates by shifting streams into alignment, an internal calibration you don't notice until conditions push it too far. Present a light and a click nearly together, and you'll often judge the one you're attending to as having happened earlier, a phenomenon known as prior entry. Move a sound slightly ahead of a flash, and the two fuse into a single event if they fall inside your binding window. But as you drift toward the edge of that window, small biases, attention, expectation, context, can reorder them in awareness so the flash seems to lead when the sound in fact did. Touch plays its own tricks. Tap a sequence along your arm in fast succession, and your brain smooths the jumps into illusory hops, the cutaneous rabbit. A reminder that sequence and spacing co-create each other in perception. After a rapid eye movement to a clock, the second hand can appear momentarily frozen, chronostasis, and the handful of extra milliseconds your brain uses to stabilize the new scene are paid back by stretching the preceding moment. An edit you feel as if time paused, even though the clock never did. Order confusions also follow the stories you expect to be true. When two events are plausible, cause and effect, the presumed cause is pulled earlier and the effect later, a soft version of causal capture that makes a key press feel closer to the beep it triggers, intentional binding, or a strike in sports feel like it preceded the sound of impact, even when sensors show the opposite. In language, context reshapes timing too. Ambiguous syllables heard alongside visual lip movements can shift their perceived order because the brain prefers a single, coherent utterance to two clashing streams. Attention and workload tighten the vice. When the task is demanding, the gate narrows and the system commits earlier to a sequence, which helps you act fast, but raises the odds of writing the wrong order into consciousness. Conversely, with lighter load or broader attention, the brain tolerates more ambiguity before it stamps a verdict, reducing false flips, but sometimes making the sequence feel mushier. None of this is mere curiosity. Order is how you assign responsibility, detect hazards, and make decisions under time pressure. In driving, brake lights from one car and a turn signal from another can arrive near your threshold, and rain or tinted glass can add delays that push your internal alignment off. In medicine, an alarm tone and a trace spike on a monitor need spacing that respects the binding window. Or clinicians will argue about which came first. In aviation and control rooms, stacked alerts delivered too tightly can feel reversed. And responding to the first one you perceive may mean chasing the wrong cause. Design helps. Provide distinct onsets that the brain can separate by at least a comfortable margin, on the order of a few tenths of a second for cross-sensory pairs, and avoid unleashing two critical cues at once. Couple the cause and effect with a small design delay that reflects real physics. A button gives a tactile tick, then the system acknowledges with a light and tone. Instead of trying to make everything instantaneous, which can paradoxically worsen alignment because different subsystems drift. In interfaces, animate changes so that order is visible as motion rather than two abrupt substitutions. In teamwork, adopt a verbal ritual when sequencing matters. First X, then Y. And insert a beat between actions so co-workers' windows don't force a fight over what just happened. In media capture, remember that cameras and microphones add their own lags. If a video shows the bat striking late relative to the crack, check the recording chain before declaring a miracle swing. You can probe your own timing engine with simple tests that teach without jargon. Sit in a dim room and tap a desk while you flash a small LED with your other hand. Nudge the LED earlier and later by tiny amounts. Smartphone apps can do this. And notice how there's a range in which you cannot tell first from second at all, then a fringe where your judgment wobbles from trial to trial, a living map of your order threshold. Repeat with a click and a flash and feel how the boundary shifts compared to 2 clicks or 2 flashes. Now direct your attention to just the flash or just the click, and watch how your verdict tilts toward the attended stream. Evidence that attention doesn't merely brighten signals, it biases when they seem to occur. Next, run a motor version. Press a key that triggers a sound after a tiny, constant delay. Over a minute, the key press and beep will feel closer together, your brain pulling cause and effect into a compact unit. Then remove the delay and you'll feel, for a few trials, as if the sound anticipates your press. Proof of how calibration hangs around and can mislead if the world abruptly changes. In conversation and judgment, treat time reports with care. When a colleague swears an alarm came before the spike and you swear it didn't, You may not be arguing about facts so much as about windows. Compare device logs rather than memories, or replay synchronized video and audio that remove individual compensation. When witnesses in a noisy space disagree on the order of a flash and a bang, ask about distance and sight lines, which change the physical arrival order and the likelihood of sensory binding. There's a softer, everyday use for this knowledge. Build temporal hygiene into moments that matter. Leave a heartbeat of silence between a key announcement and the animation that follows so people can register the sequence. When training for high-speed tasks, practice with exaggerated spacing first, then close the gap as skill grows so the brain's windows can shrink in sync with demand. When stress rises, widen the beat between steps so your system isn't forced to decide inside a window that's grown too narrow. The point is not to distrust your sense of before and after. It is to understand the kindness and the limits of the machinery that makes it. Your brain edits small slices of time into a story that lets you act in the present. And most of the time, the edits are invisible and correct. Occasionally, the slices line up just so and the story flips. When you know that can happen, you add a breath of space, a clearer cue, a better log, and the order you need returns. Less a rigid clock than a skillful rhythm you can learn to keep. Contrast versus context tricks. You trust your eyes to tell you what a thing is, but in the split second before identity, your brain asks a different question. What is this thing next to? And that quiet detour is why contrast versus context tricks can make the same grey patch glow or dull, the same circle swell or shrink, the same face look honest or exhausted, even when the pixels or features are identical. Perception is comparative first and absolute second, so your visual system weighs a target against its surround and a scene against its frame. And when the surround or frame is engineered just right, your judgments tilt with a confidence that feels like truth. Start with lightness. Place a mid-grey square on a dark field and it pops like chrome. Drop the very same square on a bright field and it caves in toward charcoal. Nothing in the square changed, only the neighborhood. Yet your brain's edge detectors and gain controls amplify differences at boundaries to keep local detail usable across huge lighting ranges. A survival strategy that normally protects information, but occasionally manufactures illusions of substance. The room didn't dim, but the patch inside it did because the surround said it should. Slide from lightness to size and the story repeats with a different cast. Set a circle among large companions and it feels smaller. Nestle it among miniatures and it bulks up. A size contrast effect that plays on the brain's habit of pooling statistics. What counts as average here? Encoding the target as a deviation from that baseline. Designers of logos exploit this by choosing neighbors that make a mark feel bolder than its measured diameter, while athletes fall for it when a baseball looks bigger after a hitting streak. Because the mind's reference set has shifted to things I strike cleanly, altering the felt scale of the same white disc rushing in. Orientation and shape wear the same leash. A vertical line flanked by obliques leans in your mind toward their angle, a tilt illusion that emerges because orientation-selective neurons inhibit one another. Pushing the target away from the crowds means so small differences become readable. In textiles, the same line tricks can make torsos look narrower or wider depending on stripe fields, a fashion rule with neural roots rather than folklore. Even faces live at the mercy of neighbors. Put a neutral portrait between two that are strongly smiling, and the middle looks faintly sad. Not because its features moved, but because your brain encodes expressions relative to recent context. A social version of contrast that can mislead judgments in hiring boards and classrooms when a string of animated faces recalibrates what attentive looks like before the next calmer person walks in. At the level of circuits, none of this is an error. It's efficiency. The visual system's earlier stages compress a massive range of inputs by adjusting sensitivity to local averages like automatic exposure that brightens shadows and protects highlights. Then mid-level stages compare elements to capture what matters, differences, edges, outliers. Because those are the things that define objects and events. Context effects arise because the same mechanisms that guard detail in adversity, sun to shade, near to far. Also hand influence to whatever sits next to the thing you're judging. If the neighbors are extreme, their gravitational pull is strong. You can feel this machinery assert itself with 3 honest tests that teach more than talk. First, print 2 identical grey squares and mount one on black paper, one on white. Then view them side by side. Your conviction that they're different shades will survive your knowledge that they are not. Now cut the squares free and swap their backgrounds. Their identities swap with them. A little stage play that reveals who is in charge. Second, place identical coins in 2 rings of different sizes. The coin in the smaller ring swells in your mind. Then close one eye and slide a blank card to occlude the rings, leaving only the coins. As the context vanishes, so does the size lie, proving that the frame writes the story. Third, stare for half a minute at a high contrast pattern. Then look at a mid-contrast target. The target will look washed out. Contrast adaptation. Showing that context isn't just spatial, but temporal. What you've just been looking at recalibrates what counts as vivid now. The practical stakes reach far beyond museum illusions. In photography and film, a subject's perceived brightness and color hang on what surrounds it. Cinematographers, negative fill, with dark cards to sculpt faces by increasing local contrast, while product photographers avoid white sweeps that can dull a chrome bottle's punch. Learning to read a histogram is not pedantry, but a way to check the truth beneath context because the bars know the pixels, even when your eye is swayed by the background. In interface design, a warning set in a sea of saturated elements feels less urgent than the same warning in a calm palette. Reserve loud colors so that contrast remains a signal, not wallpaper. When designing dashboards, group similar metrics so that outliers pop by, being contrasted against their true peers rather than random neighbors that manufacture false drama. And if you ever wondered why that tiny red notification dot feels louder on a muted home screen than on a carnival of icons, you're living this chapter. Contrast is a volume knob, and context sets where 0 sites. In retail and architecture, the same rules make spaces breathe or crowd. Tall mirrors beside narrow shelves can make aisles feel wider without shifting a wall, while a run of massive posters can make standard products look mean. Ethical practice means acknowledging you can steer perceptions and choosing when not to. Misrepresenting scale or gloss with aggressive surrounds might win a click and lose trust. Safety benefits from humility about context, too. High visibility clothing works because it maintains contrast against common backgrounds. Put the same vest against a bank of reflective signage and its pop dissolves. Sighting matters. In medicine, radiologists train in context management, toggling window and level settings so that the neighbors around a lesion don't hide it, and double reading studies with inverted palettes to break context lock. In quality control, inspectors rely on neutral booths and standardized light to prevent surrounds from manufacturing defects that aren't there or hiding the ones that are. There's even an auditory map of these tricks. A sound at a steady volume seems quieter after a loud burst and stronger after silence. A loudness contrast that lives in your brainstem as much as your cortex. Audio mixers protect listeners from context drift by re-referencing with pink noise, an acoustic grey card, so judgments don't slide. The cross-sensory moral is the same. Carry a neutral reference into contexts that are designed by accident or intent to push your judgments around. You can build daily habits that tame context without killing the speed it gives you. When comparing colors or materials, isolate samples with a neutral surround and check them under more than one background. When reading charts, briefly cover surrounding panels and ask whether the highlighted bar still looks extreme. When buying online, demand a plain background view in addition to lifestyle shots. When preparing a room, decide which object deserves to speak and quiet the neighbors accordingly. When evaluating a person or proposal, notice the run of previous examples that set your internal baseline and clear it with a short break or a neutral template before the next judgment. None of this is a call to distrust your senses. It's a call to understand their generosity. They give you decisive impressions fast by comparing a thing to its scene. And most days that comparison is a gift, making edges sharper, patterns louder, meanings clearer. Sometimes the scene is stacked to nudge you one way, and on those days a simple move. Add a grey border, step back to change the frame, cover the chorus to hear the solo, restores the balance between the thing and its neighbours. Walk away with that craft, and you'll find the world less pushy and more legible. Your eye kinder in its snap judgments and wiser in its second looks, able to enjoy the thrill of a bold contrast while keeping an eye on the quiet power of context that makes the boldness possible in the first place. Ambiguous figures. You meet a drawing with a calm face and it refuses to settle. A bill juts to the right until, without warning, it becomes long ears, and the creature that was clearly a duck turns, with the tiniest click in your mind, into a rabbit looking the same way. And that small flip is your doorway into ambiguous figures. Images built so two valid interpretations share the same lines, forcing your perception not to record but to choose. The famous duck rabbit survives a century of viewers because it exposes how recognition is not about collecting pixels, but about assigning meaning to shapes you already know. And it shows that seeing is sometimes less like opening a camera and more like voting in a tiny election where context, language, and habit all lobby for their candidate. The lines never move, but your understanding does. And that motion reveals a few quiet rules your brain leans on when the world is unclear. You prefer familiar objects. You want single, coherent things instead of tangled hybrids. You settle quickly on one story to keep action simple. And once a story takes the stage, it suppresses rivals to avoid a noisy overlap. Neurophysiologists call this multi-stable perception, and it is the same family of experience that makes a Necker cube tilt back and forth, or a face vase alternate foregrounds. In the duck rabbit, you can feel the machinery in your muscles. Your eyes tend to hold a chosen interpretation, with small fixations around the identity parts, the beak-ear line, the eye, the back of the head, and only when you deliberately nudge your gaze to the other feature, or someone whispers the alternate name, do the votes retally, a cognitive pivot you experience as a pop. The pop is not random, it's shaped by context with a stubbornness that can be measured. Show the picture around spring holidays and people say, rabbit more. Show it near autumn hunts, or alongside water images and the duck wins. Flash the word duck, or rabbit, for a quarter second before the drawing and the primed animal dominates for several seconds after. Proof that a whisper of language can steer vision. Flip the page 90 degrees and you change the gravitational story of the lines, making one creature feel more natural than the other. Draw a tiny carrot or a little pond to the right, and you'll lock the interpretation in place without adding a single stroke to the animal, because your brain merges a plausible scene faster than it questions the drawing. None of these tricks alter the ink, only the frame, and that's the central lesson. Your perception negotiates among the most likely objects that could explain the marks, and when two are equally strong, it samples them in turns to avoid paralysis. Under the hood, this negotiation leaves traces all the way from early edge detectors that code curves and junctions to higher patches of visual cortex that store categories like animal head facing right. Imaging studies show seesaw activity. Areas tuned to beak-like profiles warm up for the duck, ear-like templates warm up for the rabbit, and prefrontal regions that manage attention carry the baton as you decide to switch. Intriguingly, the speed at which people reverse can vary with mood, fatigue, and cognitive flexibility. When you're stressed or narrowly focused, the mind holds longer to its first read. When you're rested or playful, flips come easier. In development, children often latch onto one identity and giggle when you reveal the other, then flip more readily with practice. A rehearsal for the broader life skill of changing your mind without changing the facts. There's craft hidden here that designers and communicators use well and should use carefully. Logos with dual imagery, a chalice that is also two faces, a wordmark that hides an arrow, rely on this alternation to feel clever, but if an instruction icon admits two readings, it can stall action in an emergency. Mapmakers avoid ambiguous symbols by surrounding them with supporting cues, the pond and carrot trick in cartographic clothing, while book illustrators invite ambiguity when a page is meant to be lingered over. In data visualization, Axis labels and grid lines serve as the context carrots, locking viewers into the intended read, so the same scatter of dots is seen as a rising trend rather than a falling one. In courtrooms and meeting rooms, a single suggestive caption can be the prime that locks an audience to one interpretation of ambiguous evidence, which is why protocols that force alternate framings, argue the opposite for a minute, or show the exhibit with neutral labels are more than etiquette. They're perception management. You can coach your own flexibility with 3 simple drills that cost no jargon. First, take the duck rabbit and before it flips, tell yourself aloud the features you need for the other animal. Ears up, nose short, or bill long, crown low, then look exactly at the shared edge while softening the rest. The flip arrives faster when you pre-build the parts. Second, try timed alternations. Set a slow metronome and switch interpretation on each tick without moving your head. A game that teaches your attention to loosen its grip on the first story on purpose. Third, add or erase minimal context cues. Draw a tiny shape to bias one reading. Flip quickly to the opposite identity, then cover the cue and see if you can hold the new read without help. This reveals how little context can dominate, and how quickly you can reclaim control by aiming your gaze and intention. Beyond the page, this skill is practical. In code reviews and diagnostics, forcing a second rendering of the same lines, different logging view, inverted color scheme, reversed axes, can surface a bug your first framing hid. In negotiations, restating a proposal in the other side's terms can reveal a hidden option you missed while locked in your starting read. In relationships, deliberately asking, if I rewrite this as ears instead of a bill, what else could it be? Turns arguments into curiosity because the facts of the strokes haven't changed, only the animal you're insisting on. If you build technology, take care with ambiguous states. A progress spinner that sometimes means loading and sometimes means saving is a duck rabbit no one wants. Add a small cue, the carrot of a label, the pond of a direction arrow, and you save users from a flip they shouldn't have to manage. If you teach, use the figure to model intellectual humility. Ask the class to write down which animal they saw first, then have them alternate, then share what context changed their mind. Students leave with more than a cute drawing. They leave knowing how lightly certainty can rest on a line. The softer ending is a reassurance dressed as a challenge. Ambiguous figures don't embarrass your senses, they celebrate them. Your brain refuses to average a duck and a rabbit into a mush, because mush would be useless. So it offers you one usable story, then, if you invite it, the other. Make a habit of that invitation and the world grows richer without getting slippery. You'll still act decisively when a single reading is right, and you'll also keep a quiet room in your mind for the second animal waiting in the lines. A place where you can return, blink, and see again. Face pareidolia everywhere. A pair of windows and a door glare at you from a house front. A startled face stares up from the frying pan where 2 bubbles and a bacon strip align. The car in the next lane looks smug under its headlights, and you feel silly for reacting until you learn that seeing faces everywhere is not gullibility, but a feature of your social brain. Face pareidolia is what happens when a simple arrangement, 2 spots above a line, a top-heavy pattern with symmetry, crosses a threshold your vision treats as probably a face, and the rest of your system rushes to fill in the person who isn't there. Evolution stacked the odds in favor of this false positive because missing a real face costs more than greeting a toaster. So from your first days you show a bias for face-like layouts. Newborns track 2 dots over 1 more than other shapes. And as you grow, your circuitry gets specialized hardware for it. Fast detectors that flag anything face-ish, and dedicated regions that try to confirm identity, expression, and gaze. In the first blink of a glance, low-frequency blobs and symmetry do most of the work. Your brain reads overall layout before detail, which is why a mask or emoji still feels like someone even without pores or eyelashes. A mid-level wave of processing then checks for eye spacing, nose-mouth ratios, a hint of bilateral symmetry. And if those cues pass a loose test, higher areas take over to ask richer questions. Is the mouth smiling? Are the eyes looking at me? Lighting up networks tuned to social meaning. That handoff is measurable in labs as a brief electrical signature that spikes harder for faces than other objects. And it appears strikingly for face-like objects too, proof that once the template is engaged, your brain commits to the category even when detail is nonsense. Context stretches the template wider or tighter. After a day of chatting and scanning expressions, you are primed to see someone in clouds and socket plates. After hours in code or spreadsheets, the bias softens and the same kitchen stain looks like a stain. Mood nudges it as well. Loneliness, stress, or a need to predict other people can widen the net, making you more likely to assign a face and, with it, agency and intention to inanimate things. The printer is sulking. The car looks angry. A harmless habit in small doses and a trap when you start explaining luck, markets or storms as if they were people with motives. Because face detection favors the big picture, what researchers call configural information, Pareidolia thrives under blur and distance. Stand back from a wall and 2 screws plus a crack become eyebrows and a mouth. Step close and the illusion drains because details contradict the category. Rotation also matters. Flip the pan face upside down and your detector still fires because symmetry remains. But the feeling of expression weakens, revealing that your sense of emotion leans on upright expectation. The same rule explains why a simple emoticon works. While a rotated one feels off, your template expects gravity-aligned features and top-heavy layouts that mimic real heads. Culture and experience fine-tune the threshold. People who handle stylized art or robotics learn to accept fewer cues as face enough, while others need clearer eyes and mouth signals. And a lifetime of reading expressions in your community shapes which curvatures read friendly versus skeptical, which is one reason cartoon designs travel unevenly across regions. The social brain is eager not only to find faces, but to read minds through them. So Pareidolia often comes with a phantom personality. The outlet looks shocked, the car seems predatory, the backpack's zipper smiles. You don't just detect a face, you infer mood and intent, and your emotional circuits join the party with tiny pulses of arousal that make the encounter feel real for a heartbeat. That effective gloss explains why face-like objects can be gently disquieting, a blank appliance that stares, or oddly comforting, a friendly house face on your street, and why designers leverage it without naming it. Headlight eyes, grille mouths, dashboard icons with brows to make products feel expressive or trustworthy. There's practical science in that craft. A few pixels arranged as eyes can capture your attention faster than geometric symbols, which is why public safety posters and child-focused signage often use face-like cues to stabilize gaze. In cars, displays that animate tiny eyes to confirm lane detection steer your focus back to the road because your system treats eyes as urgent. In interfaces, a subtle face-ish cue can draw a glance to a status area more reliably than bold color. Though ethics demand restraint, because that same bias can also manipulate you into staring at ads or clicking on friendly bots that promise empathy they don't deliver. If you make things, the rule of thumb is to decide on purpose whether to invite or avoid the face reflex. Align 2 circular lights and event, and users will name your product, the robot, and bond to it faster. Scatter the features, and you reduce unintended attachment or creepiness. In child spaces, open-mouth fixtures can be interpreted as yawning or shouting depending on color and angle, so test impressions under different lighting and heights to ensure the mood you intend. Pareidolia also affects what you think you remember. Once you see the face in a rock on Mars, it will snap into place every time that photo appears, because your brain writes a durable model. Later, you'll swear it was always there, and stronger narratives, ancient statue, will cement it further. The antidote is a simple 2-step: zoom, rotate, and change contrast until the global configuration breaks. Then rebuild from parts. 2 pits, 1 crack. Before allowing the category back, this interrupts the automatic jump from face to meaning. You can explore the levers with 3 experiments that teach more than any definition. First, take a sheet of paper and draw random dots. Then add a short curve underneath 2 dots. The smile. Watch the face emerge instantly. Now move the dots farther apart, or push the curve too close to one dot and the face collapses, showing how spacing governs the threshold. Second, collect photos of accidental faces, sockets, cars, buildings. Blur them gently and rate how quickly someone appears. Notice that blur often helps because it favors layout over texture. Then unblur and hunt for inconsistent detail, misaligned pupils, asymmetric mouths, and feel your certainty drain. Third, turn a convincing object face upside down and ask a friend what emotion it has. Their speed and agreement will drop, evidence that the detector is robust to inversion, while the emotion readout is not. Beyond fun, the phenomenon offers guardrails for better judgments. In security monitoring and astronomy, operators learn to challenge face hits by flipping, defocusing, or changing scale so that the same configuration must survive across transformations, a habit that reduces false alarms. In archaeology and geology, teams require independent confirmation under multiple lighting angles before labeling a fissure a carving or a mask, knowing how easily the social brain paints a face on rocks. In news and social media, where sensational faces in clouds or landscapes circulate as omens, a calm note about contrast, distance, and symmetry can deflate myth without insulting wonder. Our brains are excellent at this, and here's how to check. There is also a softer daily use. If you catch yourself angry at a smirking car or comforted by a cheerful house, let that feeling be a cue to ask what you need: a vent, a smile, a walk, rather than a judgment about metal or brick. When a device watches you from the shelf, reposition it or alter its features with tape or stickers to set your nervous system at ease. Teach children that seeing faces in things is part of being human, and give them the language to name the trick. When they giggle at a surprise sandwich, you can add, "Our brains love faces." Now let's check the sandwich for real clues. And you'll be giving them both delight and critical skill. The takeaway is not to distrust the reflex that greets you everywhere, it's to respect its speed and steer its influence. Your brain bet on connecting to other minds and wired itself to accept cheap cues as tickets to that connection. Most of the time, that generosity keeps you socially ready and makes the world friendlier. Sometimes it hands agency to clouds and appliances and nudges your choices in ways you don't intend. On those days, the fix is small. Change the view, change the spacing, flip the image, add a second question, and the face that tugged you becomes a reminder of a deeper truth. Perception is a fast, pro-social guess that you can slow and shape, so you get the best of both worlds. The warmth of faces when they're real, and the clear sight of objects when they are just clever arrangements of dots and lines. Synesthesia Cross-Talk. A violin note can feel lemon bright to one person and deep blue to another. And if that sounds like poetry rather than perception, you're ready to meet synesthesia, a genuine crosstalk in which one kind of input automatically and consistently evokes a second experience. Letters that wear colors, numbers with textures, weekdays that sit at fixed points in space, tastes sparked by names, so that the world arrives braided rather than in separate strands. You don't will it on, you can't switch it off. And unlike a passing metaphor, it tends to be stable across years, which is why researchers test it with simple honesty. Ask a grapheme color synesthete to pick the exact shade of A, B, and C, then bring them back months later and watch them choose the same palette within a tiny margin. While non-synesthetes scatter widely, place faint twos inside a forest of fives, tint the twos with the color the synesthete already sees, and they pop out for that person, as if highlighted by a secret marker, a practical illustration that these extra sensations are not decoration. They change performance. Beneath the surface, two broad explanations have gathered evidence rather than fan clubs. One emphasizes extra connections between neighboring brain regions that process the triggering feature, and the evoked one, for grapheme color. An area that recognizes written symbols sits close to a color area, and anatomical scans often find more white matter pathways between them in synesthetes, while the other leans on disinhibited feedback. The idea that ordinarily muted backroutes from higher integrative areas to sensory maps run a little louder, letting a concept like Tuesday recruit a spatial or chromatic map. Both can be true in different people, and neither paints synesthesia as a disorder, more like a wiring variant whose side effects are mostly neutral or helpful, with a few quirks such as interference when the outside world contradicts the inside color. A synesthetic stroop. Print the letter S in a hue that clashes with the person's S color and it slows them down. Development hints at origins without telling a single story. Infants begin life with exuberant connections that pruning later refines. One hypothesis suggests that some cross-links persist, giving synesthetes extra bridges to recruit when categories like letters, numbers, and days crystallize. Genetics appears to raise the odds. Family clusters are common, but expression is diverse. One sibling may taste words while another maps months into a ring in space, implying a general openness to cross-activation shaped by learning. Culture sets the palette too. If your alphabet lessons featured bright magnets, your later synesthetic colors will align with learned shapes rather than spoken sounds, while in non-alphabetic scripts, the pairings ride on other anchors such as syllabaries or even calendar names. It helps to separate true synesthesia from ordinary cross-modal correspondences that everyone shares. Even without synesthesia, you're likely to match a sharp sound with a pointy shape and a soft sound with a rounded one, the famous Kiki versus Booba effect. Or to feel that higher pitches should sit higher on the screen and brighter lights should be paired with brighter tones. These are population biases, useful for design and music, but they lack synesthesia's automatic, personal, and long-term precision. My Wednesdays are always moss green at 10 o'clock in a ring behind my right shoulder. People sometimes report synesthesia-like blends during fatigue, migraines, or psychedelic states. Those can be vivid, but they're typically transient, less consistent, and ride on general changes in brain chemistry rather than on a stable trait. The distinction matters not to gatekeep wonder, but to keep language clear so that those who actually navigate daily with extra colors or flavors can have their experience recognized as ordinary for them, not exotic or pathological. Practical consequences are surprisingly grounded. Memory often benefits when extra tags piggyback on symbols. A phone number becomes a color melody. And creative work, composing, cooking, naming, can feel like translation across senses. At the same time, designers and teachers should avoid forcing other people into someone's private map, printing all vowels in red because that's how I see them may help one student and confuse a room. So the ethical move is to offer optional, consistent mappings. Pitch rises upward on the display, louder is thicker, sweet tastes pair with warm hues that track common correspondences rather than idiosyncratic ones. Musicians exploring chromesthesia can exploit stable pairings by building set lists that travel through their inner palette, but mixers and lighting designers should test with non-synesthetic audiences to ensure color choices support, rather than hijack, the shared groove. If you're curious about your own edges, you can probe them safely. Write the digits 0 to 9 and, without overthinking, jot the first color each suggests, then repeat over days. Consistent answers don't prove synesthesia, but high stability is the hallmark to look for. Try a spatial sequence test. Where does April live relative to January? Where do you feel 8 when counting? And notice whether you're constructing on the spot or reading from a fixed internal map. Pay attention to how language borrows senses. Bright idea, warm voice, bitter truth. And see whether any of yours feel less like metaphor and more like perception, arriving uninvited with the same flavor each time. Science still has tender questions. Why do some pairings cluster? Small numbers cooler, larger warmer, and others run wild? Tuesday as plaid. Why do certain psychiatric or neurodevelopmental profiles co-occur more often with synesthesia in studies? Autism traits sometimes correlate with higher rates. And what does that say about shared wiring motifs without reducing anyone to a label? How does attention gate the extra percept? Most synesthetes report that distraction dims it, so awareness seems necessary but not sufficient. a clue to how top-down and bottom-up streams negotiate ownership of a sensation. And could training produce stable, acquired synesthesia? Long practice can make arbitrary pairings feel second nature, but decades of research suggest that deep automaticity and lifelong stability are hard to manufacture, which both honors the trait and frees the rest of us to use correspondences as tools without pretending to have what we don't. For everyday craft, the crosstalk lesson scales nicely. When you present information, map dimensions to senses that human brains already bind. Height for pitch, loudness for thickness, brightness for amplitude, warmth for sweetness, then keep the mapping stable so learning can hang on it. When you want to reduce cognitive load, let one modality carry meaning while another carries timing. Color for category, sound for alert, so streams don't fight. When you need to persuade, do it honestly. Aligning a hopeful message with luminous, upward motion will feel right, because our multisensory priors agree, but resist the urge to use that fluency to smuggle weak content past critical thought. The gentlest personal use is reflective. If you have synesthesia, treat it as a companion sense, share how it helps, set boundaries when others exoticize it, and notice where it complicates life, clashing signage, inconsistent color schemes, so you can design around those frictions. If you don't, borrow the spirit rather than the specifics. Ask how a melody might taste to your imagination. Let a spreadsheet sound higher as numbers rise. Try a recipe as a chord, and see whether cross-modal thinking opens routes to solutions you'd have missed while staying inside one channel. In the end, synesthesia doesn't make its owners magical, and the rest of us aren't dull without it. It simply reveals, more openly than most, that perception is a coalition project. Sense is constantly talking to make a world you can act in. Sometimes those conversations are private duets that paint Tuesdays green, and sometimes they are public agreements that put higher notes higher on the staff. If you can hold both, the personal map and the shared one, you move through experience with more empathy and precision, attuned to how another mind might truly hear a color or taste a name, and equipped to weave your own messages along the paths that human senses together love to follow. Auditory continuity illusion. A steady tone can be chopped into silent pieces, and if you fill those gaps with a burst of noise, your mind will calmly stitch the tone back together so that you hear it as unbroken. This is the auditory continuity illusion, a quiet demonstration that hearing favors a single, coherent story over literal gaps when the evidence suggests the sound could have continued behind the interruption. The core rule is simple but powerful. If a masker, usually broadband noise, is loud enough and spectrally broad enough to plausibly hide a tone or a voice during the gap, your auditory system treats the masked intervals as occluded rather than absent, so the stream survives in perception as if it had flowed right through the noise. Replace the noise with true silence, or make the masker too weak or too narrow to cover the tone's frequency region, and the illusion collapses. The ear reports the breaks honestly, showing that this isn't gullibility, but inference under constraints. Was the signal physically able to persist beneath the noise, and do the onsets and offsets before and after the gap line up with that hypothesis? Under the hood, multiple stages conspire to deliver the miracle. At the cochlea, energy at the tone's frequencies is swamped during the noise burst, so peripheral input truly vanishes. In early brainstem and midbrain nuclei, neurons specialized for onsets and offsets generate strong markers at the moment the tone begins and ends. And when a noise fills the middle without producing incompatible offset-onset signatures at the tone's frequencies, higher levels can treat the stream as continuous. In auditory cortex, populations integrate over short windows of time, tens to a few hundred milliseconds, grouping sounds into objects based on common fate, spectral proximity, and regular timing, when the pattern before the gap and after the gap matches the same object, and the interruption is explainable by a competing source. Cortical circuits maintain a representation of the tone through the noise, effectively holding the thread until unmasking returns. Attention modulates the effect. If you're tracking the tone, continuity is more likely. But the phenomenon does not require effort, which is why you can experience it while distracted or even drowsy. Speech reveals a richer cousin called phonemic restoration. Remove a consonant from a sentence and replace it with a brief noise, and listeners often report hearing the missing sound clearly, even choosing which consonant fits based on context. The legislature met primes a S or SL over others. Yet when the same gap is silent, the absence becomes obvious. This dependence on context shows that top-down predictions help fill time as well as frequency, with the language system proposing candidates that match grammar and meaning, while the auditory system signs off only if the noise could have covered the acoustics. Music exploits related principles. A melody line that ducks briefly behind a cymbal wash feels continuous if the entrances and exits align in phase and dynamics, and skilled arrangers hide short breathing gaps in wind sections with percussion swells so the line seems to sing without lungs. There are precise boundary conditions you can explore to feel how the illusion is earned. Continuity strengthens when the pre-gap and post-gap segments are similar in level and timbre, when the masker fully spans the tone's band, and when the gap is short enough to fit inside auditory integration windows. Make the noise too late or too early relative to the gap, and you'll hear the tone break because unmatched onsets, offsets signal true discontinuity. Put the masker off to one side in headphones while the tone sits centered and continuity weakens, teaching you that spatial cues also feed the same object decision. Ask the tone to jump in pitch across the gap and you split the stream. The ear decides it was one tone that ended and another that began, rather than one that continued. This machinery matters in daily life more than you think. Crowded restaurants are survivable because your brain treats many syllables as continuing behind clinks and laughter, preserving words that would otherwise be lost. At the same time, too aggressive open-plan masking, broadband noise used to raise speech privacy, can make co-workers feel like they understood through the noise when they actually missed key numbers, because restoration supplies a plausible but wrong syllable. Designers should pair masking with visual or textual redundancy for critical information. Hearing aids and codecs can either support or sabotage continuity. Fast, choppy noise reduction that drops out background sound mid-phoneme can break streams into distracting fragments, whereas gentle, spectrally aware suppression preserves the conditions for restoration, keeping speech legible. In safety systems, alarms should avoid sitting in the same spectral region as likely environmental maskers, fans, engines, or they risk being continued through in perception and thereby ignored. Distinct onset cues, rhythmic patterns, and multiband energy help alarms punch through the brain's continuity preference. You can test the illusion at home with 3 small revealing experiments. First, synthesize or find a steady tone. Insert a 100 millisecond silent gap, and you'll hear it as a click or a hiccup. Now replace the silence with a burst of noise at or slightly above the tone's level. The hiccup becomes smooth, your mind laying a bridge over the void. Second, record yourself saying a short sentence. Snip out a consonant and cover the whole with a shaped noise burst matched in timing to the missing sound. Most listeners will hear the consonant if the surrounding context supports only one word. Third, play a simple sine tone and, in stereo headphones, put the gap-filling noise in just the left ear while the tone is centered. Notice how continuity weakens compared to bilateral noise, a reminder that spatial coherence is part of the story. The scientific moral is that hearing is not a passive readout of acoustics, but an active construction that trades absolutes for usefulness. The system bets on stable sources in a noisy world and fills masked intervals with the most likely continuation, because action depends on streams, not samples. That bet usually helps, understanding a friend in traffic, following a violin across applause, but it can mislead when the wrong restoration feels right. So wise practice adds safeguards. Space critical cues so they don't overlap maskers. Design alerts with unmistakable onsets. Provide transcripts or captions when noise is unavoidable. And in analysis or forensics, never trust that "I heard it anyway" under heavy masking. Check the waveform. There's a softer human lesson too. Your auditory life is smoother than physics strictly allows, because your brain refuses to abandon a voice at the first burst of chaos. It waits, holds the thread and resumes when the path clears. You can adopt that rhythm in how you listen to people. Let the gusts of interruption, literal or social, pass without declaring the narrative broken, and you'll often hear the line continue with fewer sharp edges. And when you design spaces, tools, or moments, honor the kind of mind you have. One that craves continuity, can forgive gaps when the world roars, and thrives when we make the true onsets and offsets, those that really matter, impossible to miss. Tactile funnel effect. 2 gentle taps can arrive on different spots of your skin, and your mind will fuse them into one. Touch in between, as if sensation were poured through a narrow spout that centers and smooths it. And this tactile funnel effect is your quiet lesson that the body you feel is a best guess portrait drawn from many small votes rather than a pixel-perfect map. When 2 brief stimuli land close together in space and time, 2 fingertips drumming the forearm, 2 small vibrotactile motors on a wristband, 2 points on a back, you often don't register left and right but a single contact midway, because your somatosensory system averages across neighboring receptors and chooses the most stable story. 1 object touching once, not 2 objects competing. A choice that keeps actions simpler when tools, clothing and hands crowd your skin. Under the surface, the logic is practical and merciful. Each patch of skin is covered by overlapping receptive fields, little territories where a neuron cares about pressure or vibration, and any one tap excites a population whose activity peaks near the true location but also spills into neighbors. Present 2 taps together, and the combined population response can look like a single hill centered between them, especially if the taps are similar in strength and timing. Higher areas of cortex read that hill as 1 touch here, the same way your ears treat 2 similar tones in noise as 1, or your eyes treat a blurred boundary as a single edge. Introduce a slight delay, and the percept slides toward whichever tap comes first, as if the earlier vote anchors the estimate and the later one arrives as confirmation that shifts the center but does not split it, a temporal tug-of-war that researchers map by varying interstimulus intervals. Near simultaneity fuses. A handful of milliseconds offsets bias the midpoint. Larger delays finally resolve into 2 taps when the brain decides the single object story no longer fits the evidence. Intensity matters just as much as timing. Stronger or sharper stimuli pull the percept toward themselves, creating a weighted average that reflects confidence. Your brain leans toward the input that seems more reliable. Spacing matters too. When points are very close, on the forearm or back, where spatial resolution is coarse, the funnel is robust, but on fingertips, where receptor density is high and cortical magnification large, the system can keep the taps separate unless you match them carefully in time and strength. Frequency and quality matter as well. 2 vibrotactile buzzes of similar frequency funnel more readily than mismatched buzz and tap, because the system likes to group like with like, and attention is not a bystander. If you focus on one side, the midpoint creeps toward it. If you hold your gaze on a visual cue between the taps, vision can capture touch and reinforce the single point even when the physics says otherwise. It helps to contrast funneling with its sibling, tactile saltation, the cutaneous rabbit, where a sequence of taps hops along the skin and you feel a phantom in-between touch that never occurred. Saltation needs a rapid series and builds a moving path over time, while funneling collapses simultaneous or near-simultaneous inputs into one momentary contact. Both reveal a brain that favors smooth stories. Either it knits a path to explain a rapid series, or it averages to explain a cluster. You can test funneling at home without tools. Rest your forearm on the table, close your eyes, and have a friend tap 2 ballpoint pen tips simultaneously, a few centimeters apart. Most people feel 1 tap near the midpoint. Now ask them to tap with a tiny lead lag. Just a hair, left first, then right. The single tap will seem to shift toward the left. Make the left tap firmer than the right, and it pulls the percept leftward again. Increase the separation gradually, and note the sweet zone where fusion holds, then the boundary where it breaks into 2. Repeat on your palm and on your upper arm to feel how body region changes the threshold. Try it with 2 buzzing phones on opposite sides of a folded towel around your calf. The towel spreads the vibrations, and the midpoint illusion strengthens, a proxy for how clothing and gear affect daily perception. Understanding the funnel effect pays off anywhere touch is designed or decoded. In haptics for wearables and VR, arrays of small motors are used to draw taps and lines on skin. If actuators fire together, users often feel the contact in between rather than on either motor, which you can exploit to render virtual touches at locations where you don't even have hardware. By blending 2 adjacent motors, you can place the percept anywhere along the line joining them. To make a crisp single on-motor touch, stagger neighbors by more than the fusion window or drop their intensity to avoid involuntary blending. To slide a touch smoothly, step through slight delays, earlier on the leading motor, later on the trailing one, so the perceived point glides continuously. In prosthetics, distributed vibrotactile, feedback mapped to fingers can collapse if signals are too synchronous and similar. Engineers space timings and modulate amplitudes, so each finger's feedback claims its own territory, rather than pooling into a vague center on the forearm. In clinical exams and physical therapy, therapists aware of funneling vary timing and pressure when testing bilateral symmetry on the back or shoulders. Simultaneous equal taps can hide asymmetries that desynchronized taps reveal. In occupational safety, workers reaching into cramped spaces should be taught that 2 light brushes can feel like one central contact, an illusion that may obscure the true location of a pinch hazard. Even in everyday massage, synchronized mirrored strokes can produce an oddly centered touch the recipient cannot place. Slight time offsets can restore localization and make the technique feel more grounded. The body's maps are plastic, so practice and context tune the funnel. Musicians and craftspeople who rely on bimanual touch often show narrower fusion. Years of separating close tactile events train the system to keep neighbors apart. Fatigue and stress can widen it, making simultaneous taps blend more easily. Temperature alters receptor speed, slightly shifting thresholds on cold days. An expectation sets a prior. If you believe a single object is contacting you, a watch band, a sleeve seam, ambiguous inputs tend to fuse on that object's center line. Conversely, if you expect 2 tools, you are quicker to report 2 taps at their true sites. None of this means the brain is careless. It is careful in the way that life demands. When the inputs support one contact, it simplifies. When differences become informative, it splits. And that strategy is why you can handle a crowded backpack strap, a rolling sleeve, and a companion's hand without cognitive overload. The system compresses redundancy into a single where and frees attention for what matters. If you build on this, you gain both craft and empathy. Craft, in that you can place perceived touch with sub-actuator resolution, preserve clarity with tiny asynchronies, and debug mislocalization by checking intensity balance, timing, and spacing. Empathy, in that you recognize why someone might misplace a touch during medical procedures. Why a patient with altered sensation reports a single band of pressure instead of 2 points, or why your own sense of where a bug just bit is somewhere in the middle of a small region, not at the true site. The closing thought is gentle. Your skin is not a grid of on-off pixels, but a living field where signals blend, compete, and converge, and your brain's job is not to print every blip, but to give you the most useful touch for action. Sometimes that means a real middle appears where no finger pressed, a phantom center chosen, so your hand can move with confidence. Knowing this, you can design kinder interfaces, run smarter exams, and be a little more patient with your own perception. When sensation funnels, it's not failing, it's choosing a single point so you can carry on. Proprioception Drift. Close your eyes and point to your fingertip. Then open them and feel the small shock of being a few centimeters off. That quiet error is a clue to a living process under your skin called proprioception drift, the slow slide of your felt position away from your true position as the brain's estimates update, tire, or get tugged by other senses. You don't have an exact body map waiting on a shelf. You generate one on demand from muscle spindles, joint receptors, skin stretch, efference copy from motor commands, and whatever vision or touch is available, And because each source has noise and delay, your nervous system wisely averages them with weights that change over time, which means that without anchoring feedback, the average can wander. You notice this most when you hold still. Keep your hand extended in the dark, and the felt location often drifts downward or inward over tens of seconds. Not because the limb moved much, but because spindle firing adapts and your brain gradually favors a rest prior over a sustained posture. Add a faint, steady muscle vibration to a tendon, and you can generate a stronger illusion. The limb seems to extend or flex without moving, showing how sensitive your position sense is to biased input. Watch a cursor that's secretly shifted right while your hand tracks left, and after a minute, your finger will feel more rightward even when the cursor vanishes. A proprioceptive recalibration. The motor system then compensates for so your reaches land again. Wear prism glasses that bend the world, and your pointing first airs toward the prism, and then slowly recenters as your brain drifts its felt arm to match the new visual world. A classic adaptation that leaves an after effect when you remove the prisms. Now your own hand feels briefly off in the opposite direction. Drift isn't only about trickery, it's the ordinary cost of keeping estimates useful. Proprioceptors adapt to steady load so they can respond to change. Skin deforms under straps and clothing, biasing stretch signals. Central neurons integrate over short windows and slowly shift baselines to keep sensitivity high. Attention changes weighting, so when you stare at your hand in VR, vision grabs more control and proprioception quietly relaxes. And when you stop looking, the felt hand may sit a few degrees where the headset last insisted it was. Even fatigue and temperature matter. Chilled muscles alter spindle dynamics and shift perceived joint angles, while fatigue adds noise that your brain smooths by favoring priors like closer to the midline, which you feel as a gentle inward pull of location. The good news is that drift obeys rules you can learn and use. When vision is reliable, it recenters proprioception. Briefly showing your hand under good light reduces accumulated error. When vision is misleading, a cursor offset, a mirrored setup, prisms, proprioception will drift toward it if the visual stream explains success better than the body does, which is why calibration rituals are essential in labs. Surgery and VR show both hands present aligned targets at multiple depths and give the brain rich, congruent cues before fine work. When touch is available, even a light brush or small bump acts like a reset, sharpening the felt location by delivering cutaneous landmarks. Movement itself is a tonic. Slow, deliberate arcs through space refresh spindle signals and reduce static adaptation. So micro-movements built into isometric holds keep the internal map honest without compromising stability. In training and sport, drift hides in plain sight. A basketball shooter whose elbow sinks after long sets may be experiencing proprioceptive relaxation more than true mechanics failure. A violinist whose bow creeps toward the fingerboard over minutes may be riding a quiet shoulder angle drift. Pilots on long legs can feel their yoke neutral shift as muscle receptors adapt to steady trim forces. The fix across domains is similar. Insert periodic resets using cross-sensory checks. Glance at a neutral alignment mark. Touch a physical home reference. Schedule micro-movements that sweep through the relevant joint angles, and practice under slightly varied loads so the prior doesn't lock too strongly to a single posture. In rehabilitation, drift becomes a tool and a warning. After stroke or peripheral neuropathy, proprioceptive noise is higher, so the brain overweights vision, and the felt limb drifts toward where the eyes expect it to be. Therapists counter by dosing tasks that minimize vision, eyes closed reaches to textured pads, joint position matching with the contralateral limb to strengthen the internal map, then layering vision back in carefully. So recalibration serves function rather than masking deficits. Prism adaptation, used ethically and specifically, can nudge an egocentric map for patients with neglect. But clinicians monitor after effects and teach patients to recognize when their felt straight ahead is temporarily biased. For amputees using myoelectric prostheses, the absence of joint receptors invites drift in the felt tool position. Adding vibratactile or skin stretch feedback on the socket provides a surrogate signal that keeps the map anchored and reduces overshoot. Everyday technology often amplifies or exploits drift. Touchpads and mice decouple hand travel from cursor travel, so your hand's home position drifts across the desk. Good UI design includes periodic snapbacks, centering gestures, edges that resist crossing, to keep your proprioceptive and visual homes from parting. In AR, pinning virtual guides to real objects reduces the temptation to let vision drag the body map away from reality. In strength apps, static plank timers nudge users to insert micro-shifts, 5-second scapular glides, that reset spindle adaptation and protect shoulder position sense. Even Bicycle Fit accounts for drift by marking saddle and bar placements and teaching riders to recheck with eyes and touch mid-ride. You can feel the levers directly with 3 small experiments that teach rather than trick. First, hold your dominant hand at shoulder height with eyes closed and ask a partner to time 30 seconds. At the beep, point to where you believe your thumb is with the other hand and open your eyes. The typical downward or inward bias is your static adaptation. Repeat with tiny slow circles during the hold and see the error shrink. Second, in a text editor, set your cursor to a thin carré, then briefly switch it to a block and back. Notice how your hand feels more certain for a few minutes, evidence that a salient visual anchor recalibrated your pointing. Third, tape a light rubber band from thumb to wrist. Hold a neutral hand for a minute with eyes closed. Then remove the band and notice the release as your map catches up. Skin stretch had been biasing joint angles subtly. Safety gains from simple rules informed by drift. Surgeons and machinists working with indirect vision insert frequent instrument home touches against a known stop. Climbers pause mid-pitch to wiggle fingers and elbows so felt holds stay true. Drivers on long straight runs flex ankles and open hands gently at regular intervals to reduce the sense that the wheel's center has shifted under steady load. Warehouse teams train eyes-closed reaches in controlled drills so workers learn how quickly their felt shelf heights shift and how to reset with tactile landmarks before lifting. There's a deeper human layer to all of this. You are not a camera riding a skeleton with coordinates stamped into bone. You are a prediction machine that keeps a body model just accurate enough to act, then revises it as the world provides feedback. Sometimes the revisions overshoot and the felt hand slides inward. The shoulder creeps, the straight ahead rotates a degree. Instead of treating that as failure, fold it into craft. Declare short calibration points in any long task. Combine senses when one grows noisy, accept that stillness needs micro motion, and teach teammates the same rituals so a group's map stays aligned when hours stretch. And let the closing be gentle. Proprioception drift is not your enemy. It's the sign of a living, adaptable system that refuses to waste energy on a perfect map when a flexible one will do. Understand its tempos, give it honest anchors, and it will give you what you really need. Not the fantasy of a frozen body in absolute space, but a responsive sense of where you are that follows your goals, corrects when it must, and with small kindnesses, stays close enough to truth to keep your reach sure. Confidence accuracy. You've felt it. The warm click of certainty settling in your chest long before the facts are all in. A rush that says, I've got this, even as the world keeps its secrets. And today's lesson is blunt and liberating. Confidence is not accuracy. It's a feeling your brain constructs about how sure it is, not a meter of how right you are. And those two lines can diverge wildly depending on the task, the noise, and the stories you tell yourself. What generates the feeling isn't truth, but cues that usually correlate with truth. Ease of processing, agreement from your peers, a tidy narrative, a familiar pattern, a memory that comes to mind quickly. So when those cues are strong, confidence rises even if reality doesn't follow. And when those cues are weak, messy data, unfamiliar format, confidence sinks even when you're on target. Under the hood, your brain builds judgments by accumulating evidence until a threshold is reached. And in parallel, it builds a second judgment about the quality of that evidence. The sense check you experience as confidence. Drawing on signals like how fast the answer arrived, how consistent the clues felt, and how stable your attention was. That's a smart shortcut most days, but it is fragile. Fluent lies feel true. Repeated rumors feel certain because repetition boosts familiarity, and tidy patterns in small samples feel solid because your detector of coherence celebrates structure, even when randomness alone could have produced it. Memory carries its own traps. High-confidence recollections can be wrong because remembering rebuilds rather than replays, and the ease of rebuilding today, thanks to a vivid detail or a leading question, fakes the feeling of "I was there," which is why eyewitness certainty is a poor predictor of correctness. Skill adds another inversion. When you know very little, the problems you tackle are simple enough to seem solved, and your confidence inflates. When you know much more, you can see the edge cases and conditional clauses, and your confidence deflates even as your accuracy improves. So novices often sound sure while experts hedge, not because they're timid, but because they can map the uncertainty landscape. Even perception shows the split. In low-contrast tasks, people can feel very sure of a wrong guess. And in noisy discrimination, they can be modest about a right one because the internal evidence felt shaky on the way up. Physiology tugs the needle too. Fatigue, stress, and time pressure narrow attention and make the first coherent interpretation feel final, while arousal can add a pulse of go that you mistake for correct. Social context finishes the spell. Confident delivery persuades audiences regardless of content quality. Consensus manufactures certainty by echo, and status cues can put a glossy finish on shaky claims. None of this means confidence is useless. It's an honest summary of your experience processing the problem, but it is not a verdict on the world, which is why good pilots, clinicians, investors, product managers, and scientists ritualize ways to keep the feeling and the fact on speaking terms. Start with calibration, the habit of checking whether 70% sure actually means right about 7 in 10 for you. Keep a small forecast log. Decisions, diagnoses, deadlines, growth rates. Attach a numeric confidence to each, then score yourself and graph the results. You'll learn your signature biases. Maybe your 90% claims land at 60%, or your 60% claims land at 85%. Once you see the curve, you can bend it toward honesty by shrinking overconfident ranges and stretching timid ones. Next, switch from single-point predictions to intervals and force yourself to produce ranges that cover the truth 9 times out of 10. If your 90% intervals only cover half the outcomes, your gut is too narrow. Build a pre-mortem into big decisions. Imagine 6 months have passed and the plan failed. List the reasons, then revise your probability. You're not being negative. You're buying cheap information before the market opens. Pair that with a surprise log to record what blindsided you and why the odds now look different in hindsight. For meetings, add a rule to separate persuasion from estimation. First collect private estimates with percentages, then discuss. The privacy prevents social confidence from hurting the numbers before they exist. In design reviews and hiring committees, ask for numbered confidence and a trigger. What evidence would move you down by 20 points? So bravado has to name its price. If you're a leader, model calibrated language. I'm 60% on option A because X and Y, and I'd move to 80% if we saw Z, which gives teams permission to be quantitative without pretending to be certain. For personal thinking, adopt a 2-step read of confidence signals. When an answer feels easy, label the ease rather than the truth. This feels fluent because I've seen this pattern before. Then ask, what are 3 ways this could be the wrong pattern? When an answer feels hard, resist downgrading your correctness because of discomfort. Pause, find base rates, and check whether your method is good, even if the feeling isn't. Small environmental tweaks help more than you'd guess. Slow the tempo by 5%, add a checklist that forces base rate and alternative diagnoses, and you'll prevent the smoothness of a story from masquerading as accuracy. In presentations, decouple polish from confidence. Slick slides raise perceived certainty regardless of content. So enforce content-first reviews or ugly drafts to let accuracy lead. In teams, rotate a red team role whose job is not to win, but to articulate the path by which the confident claim could be false. You can practice calibration like a sport. Estimate quantities you can immediately verify: book page counts, room dimensions, commute times. Write your 50% and 90% intervals, then check. You'll hate how often you're out of bounds, then love how quickly you improve. For memory claims, add a one-sentence provenance. I read this 2 weeks ago in X, not fully verified, or I checked this against Y today, because tagging the source tethers confidence to a reason rather than a feeling. In research and analytics, pre-register thresholds for deciding so that the glow of a promising graph can't raise your certainty above the standard you agreed to before you saw it. And when stakes rise, medicine, security, finance use redundant channels, combine algorithmic estimates, cold but calibrated, with human judgment, warm but biased, and let each check the other rather than letting confidence win by charisma. There's a body lesson here. 2. Your nervous system generates confidence signals from timing. Faster decisions feel surer. And from neural agreement, evidence that points one way produces a tidy internal pattern you interpret as certainty. When noise is high, that pattern gets patchy, and the feeling won't arrive even if the answer is right. Noticing this, you can respect the feeling without obeying it. Annotate it in your notes, but keep the decision bound to criteria you set when calm. Over time, your confidence becomes a better weather report. Sometimes sunny and accurate, sometimes sunny and wrong, sometimes overcast with truth hiding in the mist. And you become the kind of thinker who doesn't mistake the sky for the ground. The soft closing is an invitation. Hold your confidence lightly and your accuracy tightly. Let confidence be a clue about your internal state, not a verdict on reality. Build small rituals that connect feelings to facts, and you'll become someone whose "I'm 70% means something, whose ranges contain what matters, and whose presence helps teams avoid both reckless certainty and paralyzing doubt. You don't have to choose between humble and effective. You can be both by learning to listen to the warmth in your chest and then checking it against the world. An act of respect for your own mind and for the truth you're aiming to meet. Why perception is a controlled hallucination. You wake each morning to a world that seems to arrive fully formed. Colors settled on surfaces, sounds pinned to sources, your body mapped in place. And yet the more carefully you watch your own seeing, the clearer a bolder truth becomes. Perception is not a passive recording, but a controlled hallucination your brain maintains. A rolling best guess constrained by the incoming data and constantly revised to remain useful. The phrase isn't an insult to the senses, it's a compliment to the craft. A reminder that what you experience as out there is built from predictions about what is likely to be there, corrected by the difference between expectation and evidence, then stabilized just enough for action. Start with the silent choreography behind a glance. Light falls on your retina. Vibrations stir your ear. Pressure bends your skin. But those signals are sparse, noisy, and often ambiguous. If your brain waited for certainty, you'd never catch a ball or finish a sentence. So it does the smarter thing. It predicts forward from a generative model of the world, sending down a sketch of what it expects a scene should be. Edges here, surface there, a voice continuing the syllable. And sensory input acts as a constraint, not a script. When the input matches the forecast, perception feels smooth and immediate. When it clashes, a prediction error rises up the hierarchy, and the model updates until the error shrinks. The result is not a photograph, but a negotiated story that privileges coherence and utility over literal detail. Attention, in this view, is the art of choosing which errors matter most. A dynamic assignment of confidence to certain streams. Turn the precision knob up on a rustle in the grass, and that faint signal can topple your prior just wind into something moving. Turn it down on the refrigerator. Hum in your kitchen becomes peaceful again. This weighting explains why you can miss glaring events when locked onto a task, and also why a whisper of context can make a degraded message snap into clarity. The model was primed, the errors it cared about were few, and the hallucination needed only a nudge to align with reality. Crucially, the same logic runs inside your skin. Your sense of body is not a static map but a prediction about heartbeats, breathing, gut stretch, muscle tension, a private weather report called interoception. And when those forecasts are accurate and gently corrected by inner signals, you feel anchored. When the weighting drifts, too much trust in noisy internal cues or too little confidence in them, the felt self can wobble, anxious or dulled. Not because you've chosen a mood, but because the body's data and the brain's model have slipped out of sync. Learning to breathe slowly or track a pulse doesn't trick you so much as it restores calibration, giving the model a cleaner tether. The phrase controlled hallucination earns its second word, controlled, because the brain doesn't merely wait for input. It acts to make its predictions come true, a maneuver called active inference that shows up in everyday life. You move your eyes to put edges where you expect them, tilt your head to disambiguate a sound, reach out to confirm a cup's weight. By sampling the world where your model is strongest, you reduce costly errors and keep the hallucination on track. Your actions are not separate from perception, but part of the same loop. Prediction, sampling, correction, stability, repeating many times a second. When this loop meets ambiguity, the seams show as illusions, not because the brain failed, but because it applied sane rules under contrived conditions. Show a pattern that could be explained by two objects, and your perception will flip between them rather than average them into nonsense. Fill a brief silence with noise and a voice will seem to continue behind it because, in a noisy world, that bet wins more often than it loses. These are not parlor tricks but diagnostic flashes of the machinery striving to keep one coherent story alive. The controlled hallucination idea also clarifies why expertise feels different from guesswork. As you learn a domain, your model grows richer and your predictions get more precise, which makes perception feel faster and more certain. An experienced driver sees road hazards earlier because their mind is already simulating likely trajectories. A trained musician hears structure in sound because their model organizes it before a novice can. Expertise from this angle is a better hallucination kept on a shorter leash by evidence. It also explains why stress and fatigue distort experience. When you're overloaded, the brain raises precision on prior beliefs. Just stick with the plan, and lowers it on messy new data. I can't pass this now, increasing the chance you'll misread a face, miss a warning, or feel trapped in a narrative that once worked. Sleep, food, and time off aren't luxuries, but recalibrations that let the error correction machinery breathe. The same framework suggests gentle caution around meaning. Give people a strong prior, an expectation dressed as a story, and ambiguous signals will align with it. This power can be used for clarity, a teacher's hint that unlocks a problem, or for manipulation, a caption that makes noise sound like proof. The ethical move is to make priors explicit and adjustable. Here's the lens I'm using. And to invite counter-evidence early so the model refines rather than hardens. You can practice living with a kinder hallucination through 3 habits that cost little and change much. First, deliberately gather disconfirming samples when a judgment matters. Look from another angle, ask the quiet colleague, check the raw numbers without the chart that flatters them. You're not being skeptical for sport. You're giving prediction errors a clean path home so the model can update. Second, train your precision knob. In focused work, narrow it on the task and mute the room. In creative work, widen it so weak signals can suggest alternatives. In conflict, lower the confidence on your first story and raise confidence on the other person's lived data. This doesn't force agreement. It restores control to the controlled part of the hallucination. Third, maintain rituals that tie models to the world. A physical reference object on your desk to calibrate size when designing on a screen. A brief walk on real ground after hours in virtual landscapes. A check-in with your body's slow signals before you decide fast. 3 breaths, a hand on the table, a name for the feeling. So interoceptive prediction aligns with what the next hour actually needs. Technology that respects this view becomes more humane. In AR and VR, low latency alignment between head movement and visual update lets the brain keep prediction errors small and presence high. Haptics that buzz where an object would touch you, not just where a motor sits. Exploit the brain's willingness to place sensation where the model expects it. User interfaces that present the same fact through two senses, sight and sound, provide redundant anchors that prevent a single misleading prior from hijacking the moment. In medicine and mental health, the language of prediction and precision helps people understand experiences without stigma. A panic spike can be seen as a temporary overweighting of an internal signal that's been misinterpreted as threat, and therapy becomes the work of gently lowering that precision while raising confidence in safer priors through breathing, reframing, and graduated exposure. Depression can be framed as a model that predicts low rewards so stubbornly that new positive data is underweighted, and treatment, behavioral activation, medication, aims to loosen those priors so fresh evidence can matter again. Even leadership changes color under this lens. A team is a network of predictive brains that need shared priors to act together. A vision statement is a model at group scale. Good leaders make that model testable, invite early error correction, and reward updates instead of punishing them. If calling all this a hallucination makes you uneasy, as if the world were optional, remember the modifier. The control is real, and the constraints are firm. Pick up a cup with closed eyes, and it is either where your model says, or it isn't. Misjudge a step and gravity submits its correction. Perception remains tied to an external world, not by perfect transparency, but by relentless negotiation. The model proposes, the world disposes, the model improves. That, finally, is the comfort inside the claim. You are not at the mercy of random sensations, nor trapped in a solipsistic theater. You are a living prediction engine designed to keep a story true enough to move, to learn, to love. Sometimes the story drifts and needs new data. Sometimes it calcifies and needs doubt. Sometimes it flickers and needs rest. Know that, and you can hold your experience with both respect and curiosity, adjusting your lens without losing your ground, and ending most days with a quiet gratitude for the hallucination that works, the shared, stable world you and others co-author by looking, listening, correcting, and trying again.